Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we're recording this on March 16th. We're live streaming on YouTube. I'm also simulcasting on X Spaces shortly here. I'm going to set up the live stream also on my website. So thank you for joining. Please help support my work by making sure that you subscribe to all my channels. I have 7 different channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. It's really important that you subscribe to all the channels. Why? Because I do get strikes on YouTube, and so I have to switch which channels I'm going to be live streaming on. Today, we're live streaming on YouTube, on the small channel, and live streaming on my website, and then the simulcast on X Spaces for a call-in. Please help support my work by making sure that you donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. All the links in the description of this video and all my videos, and you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It's through the ones that donate and the ones that purchase my products that allow me to do these videos for free. I have thousands of videos for free that talk about international policy and international affairs, domestic policy, politics, finance, and economics, health, wellness, and scientific endeavors. So I cover a lot of stuff. So please help support my work by donating, being a paid member to Patreon, and getting the products that I offer on my store. So let me set up the live stream on my website, and let's begin with going to live now. Not live now, Sky News here.
To have those public servants on your side wanting to deliver for you. So I understand why they're doing it, and in the end, governments have to focus on the electorate to make sure that
Indeed, Wes Streeting said to me this morning, it's a system, but he's sacking 10,000 people.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is not necessarily all of the detail. I mean, clearly removing duplication, there's some sense in that, but I think the problem is the way that it sounds like he's trying to pick a fight. And I was speaking to a friend of mine who's a consultant in the NHS, and she said that this week in the hospitals, it felt like everything was just a little bit more fraught. And she said it's hard to know if that's exactly the result of the changes that were announced earlier this week, but the fact that they were very much a shock and surprising to people. It wasn't even very senior people like Chris Whitty didn't know until just before. So this is something that wasn't expected. And it also looks like it's just the beginning of a whole raft of these types of decisions. And I think we need to recognise, there's the people in NHS England, obviously, who will be worried about their jobs. But there's 1.5 million people working in the NHS in England. And this will affect all of those in terms of the uncertainty, in terms of what they can expect to happen. And some of that might be unavoidable, but you can do it in a way that helps to reassure people that there is a plan, that they are valued, or you can do it in a way that is combative and picks a fight. And I know which one of those ways is going to get the best out of those staff. And why do we have this issue? I mean, 5 years ago, almost exactly now, we were hearing that we were going to go into lockdown for a massive global pandemic. I mean, that's actually only 5 years. So the fact that there is a big problem in the NHS, we've got burnout of staff who've been dealing with that, and we've got the backlog of all of these health conditions. Naturally, the health service is going to need attention. Naturally, it's going to need resources.
Ian, do you think, well, Joe's raised a question, is this the best way to go about what I think everybody seems to think is the right thing, which is to kind of slim it down, reform and all the rest of it? Have they chosen the right path?
With the NHS? Yeah, well, I'll be honest with you, I've not counted how many governments, as well, they were all Conservative, and this applies also to their government as well, as the Conservatives start by talking in headlines. So government ministers talk in headlines to get the headlines. In actual fact, the detail of how you do this, of those of us who have been in government, all 3 of us have, you then suddenly realise is much more complex than that, because you're having to deal with vast moving parts. So the reality is you need a target as to what you're trying to do. You need to work to that, but at the same time, you need to bring in those who are going to make that change for you in government, incentivize them, inspire them, and get them to do that job. And for example, with NHS England, I've got no problems with getting rid of NHS England. It's not something I ever thought would work. I thought the land reforms generally weren't great. I was in cabinet at the time.
Were you in favour of it at the time?
No, I wasn't in favour at the time because we hadn't discussed it. The welfare reform stuff that we brought in had been debated and debated and debated outside of government. The lands reforms were never debated until we arrived in government. That's the wrong way to do it, by the way, and I have to say they may be walking into that trap if they're not careful.
Oh, okay.
So you have to be very careful about what you understand the detail of to get it done. And then things are moving underneath you. For example, one figure to do with welfare that has not really been looked at, the number of households where no one is in work has risen to by 141,000 in the last 4 or 5 years. Now that's to do with COVID. The massive impact of COVID, we are not even talking about what effect did it have on households. Well, these are the things that you need to know. Same with health services. It's had a massive impact on the health services.
It was a strange reform, though, at the same time that Michael Gove was sort of devolving power. There was this very strange reform to kind of split the NHS and Department of Health in two. And I think fundamentally the problem was it didn't work and results got worse. I think to your point, what Wes and the government will be hoping is results improve. So waiting lists are coming down now, and that will build its own momentum within the NHS.
Their theory was, of course, that it was taking the politics out of the NHS. That was an obvious thing. The other arm of what they are pitching as reform is welfare. This is a very, very hard tone. Joe, I got from Wes Streeting when I asked him whether he thought it was too easy to claim benefits. He can't say yes, but I got the sense that actually, yeah, that's what we think.
Which I think is problematic, because if you look at the statistics of how many people in the country are experiencing greater health impacts, mental health and physical health impacts, the increases in people having back pain, musculoskeletal conditions, and very significantly in mental health problems, that's real, right? So if you just say, well, the solution to that is that we make swinging cuts to the welfare, then you might save a bit of money in the government budget, but you're not actually making people's lives better. You know, the idea that people in that scenario, it's just that they need a bit of a kick to get into work. Actually, I think it would be better to look at, okay, so what's the labour market need to look like to support people, right? What are the jobs that can be, supported and encouraged that will be flexible for people who might have a condition that is going to mean that the requirement to work at kind of full pelt constantly is not something that they can do. And indeed, I think the shift to the more gig economy has actually made the labour market a harsher place for many people to engage with, and particularly difficult for people who have a disability or a health condition that fluctuates.
The politics of this, Ian, is there...
We're live streaming now on YouTube, my website, and on the simulcast with X Spaces. So if you have a question, please join X Spaces and just ask for the mic and you can ask that question. But for the ones that are watching and listening, thank you, greatly appreciate it. Please help support my work by purchasing the products that I offer. I have many different ways to stack these supplements. I'm going to explain on how to stack them in different ways for affordability and to target multiple systems to stretch your dollar. All right. The core part of the protocol is a 4-pillar system. The first pillar is max 35 or max 14 to improve your immune system, to boost up that immune system. C60 to soak up free radicals, turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to bring down inflammation, boost up that immune system, and Boomer Boost to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. When you do that, that is a great way to get healthy. All right, so let's talk about the first pillar. Take max 14 or max 35 every day. Take a teaspoon, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 30 seconds or so, and then swallow, and do that every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or 2 a day. Once you feel better, then get back to your maintenance dose. But the key is to take it every day. What you're doing is you're improving your epithelial lining in your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. That's really important to improve that innate immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the max 14 or max 35, and start on the healthy journey. So take another thing that you can get from my store and use discount 5 on any order. Discount 5, all caps, number 5. is to get the structural nano silver soaps. Very high quality. I have 2 of the soaps in the new packaging, which is lavender and peppermint. So get a couple bars of structural nano silver soap for your household. And I have in the older packaging the charcoal tea tree and the lemongrass. All of them are very high quality structural nano silver soaps. Get a few bars for your household, use discount 5 and get $5 off any order. So it's a great way to, you know, to help with your health and wellness, and to help with the work that I do, producing these videos for free, by getting the soaps and, you know, throw in the Max 14 or Max 35 into your order. Get healthy. All right, with that said, let's go to live now about Zelensky speaks as EU pushes Putin to sign ceasefire.
New Zealand and other countries, all of them will go on and strengthen their sanction policy. Norway, I would like to thank Norway about the decisions on artillery and air defense, and also, first and foremost, the drones which are manufactured in Ukraine. Czech Republic, that's very important, about an important outcome about the Czech initiative. I will not tell the amount, the volume of the package. It's very substantial. It's paid and signed about the initiative on the delivery of the artillery 155 for Ukraine. Thanks God, we have really good results here. So in a nutshell, that's it. Dear colleagues, what about your questions, please? The microphone is over there to the right so that everybody could hear you. Please. Good day, Mr. President.
After this morning's meeting, how confident are you that European nations can step up and provide more to Russian aggression? And how confident are you that the Americans may change their mind and provide an Ep43?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, everybody is relying upon the positive result which we had during the latest meeting of Ukraine and United States of America, and we're hoping that it will go on. And it will lead eventually to the meeting of Ukraine and America, the allies, Europeans. The Europeans have also their own parallel consultations, simultaneous ones, with the American administrations. Everybody considers that security guarantees will be provided by allies. The security guarantees for Ukraine from Europe, from United States of America, and other who would desire to, the countries who would like to help us. And everybody considers that there should be this or that format of contingent, boots on the ground. Some people are skeptical about that. They consider that NATO or Amendment 5 should be stronger as a priority. I may say here that we understand that the decision about NATO or any other format should depend on the allies of NATO, but definitely any allies, but definitely not on the wish of Russia, on their vision, moreover, their veto of Russia against NATO, because they don't have, as I consider, they don't have any legal power, and we shouldn't give them the right to have such an opportunity, according to my opinion. In any case, everybody is considering for allies security guarantees. As for the weapons, the army shouldn't be decreased. Strengthening of Ukrainian troops as the security guarantor of Ukraine for today and for the future, guarantor of security for the whole European continent. Everybody is interested in strong, not decreased army. The partners who we are communicating with are interested in that. And we can see that I think it's a positive signal as of the keeping with such an army and strengthening. Everybody understands that it's an obligation of all of us, and that Ukraine is not capable to do it on its own, because this is a very substantial financial load. Secondly, besides the army, everybody understands that we need to be strengthened, that you need to take Ukrainian technologies and invest the money into our manufacturing, but also after the war, open certain manufacturing utilities with our technologies.
Okay, we're going to shift over to what's going on in New York with illegal immigration. But before we do that, please help support my work by purchasing the great products that I offer. I have dual purpose products, such as these deodorants. They're for males and females. They help not only as a deodorant, but to detoxify your body. Why? Well, these deodorants have no aluminum in it, no baking soda. They're made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality ingredients. And when you're using this on a daily basis, you're going to slowly detoxify your body. That's really important. All right. So help support Rainbow Herbals and my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can get this deodorant in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a couple bars for your household. It's for males and females, very high quality deodorants. Help support my work and help support your health. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Also, it's really important as we are getting out of the cold season and into the allergy season to have drops and lozenges available at your work and at home. You never know when you need them. All right. I have drops and lozenges of different flavors. For the drops, which are smaller, you get 100 count in each bag. All right. Very high quality, made from structural nanosilver. And you get it in honey and lemon. You can get it in cherry and in blueberry. Very high quality, tasty drops. The moment you have that irritation, either because of an allergen or because of the cold season, whatever, take it right away. Mitigate the problem. All right. So get a couple bags or a few bags for your household. Now, remember, this season, this cold season is worse than last year in terms of peak to peak cases and in terms of week to week. So, but it is going down. We've passed the peak for this year, but it's still elevated compared to last year. Manuka honey lozenges, which are larger, you get 21 in each bag, and elderberry zinc. So get a few bags for your household, drops and lozenges, be prepared, get the flavor that you prefer, and use them right away when you start having that irritation in your throat. Okay, so please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help with your health and wellness. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. Now let's go to Cash Jordan. What's going on in New York?
Enforcement raids and the president's promise of mass deportation are setting some New Yorkers on edge. We're talking about street vendors here. They're not showing up. They're afraid of being around.
So, as ICE activity in New York heats up, many of the city's unlawful residents have stopped coming to work. And the fear of deportation is especially pervasive among those who work at food trucks. They're all alone, out on the streets, and now some are afraid they'll be quickly located and taken into custody. However, with ICE specifically looking for dangerous criminals, these raids probably won't shut down every food vendor in town, except for the ones who might have something to hide.
You can probably see some street vendors behind me, but if you go around the city, we're starting to see fewer and fewer of them as a result of these ICE raids that have happened here in the Big Apple and then more broadly in the tri-state area.
For the second day in a row, the NYPD has taken down illegal street vendors. Officers were seen confiscating merchandise. Some of the goods are reportedly stolen.
So many of the people coming across will have a little card in their pocket or a number written down, which is a routing number for a bank account for the cartel. If you haven't paid all of your fees by the time you cross, they will collect.
If something happens to me, what will happen to my kids? Where will my kids go? Concerned about ICE, she asked us to conceal her identity. She arrived in this country with her family, starting work as a street vendor to make ends meet.
And so when you're in a restaurant in New York and, you and your friends are talking about, wasn't it wonderful how these immigrants work, 2 jobs and they're so hardworking. Well, guess what? They're working 2 jobs a lot of the time because so much of their money is going back to those cartels who are still exploiting them.
So President Trump will soon order New York City's estimated 400,000 illegal residents to register with the federal government. But what nobody's talking about is that this, along with increased ICE activity, is going to reveal the true nature of New York City's shadow economy in a way we've never seen before. And although food trucks and street vendors feel especially at risk for being deported due to the highly visible nature of their work, with ICE raiding local businesses like fish markets, food bazaars, and gang-occupied apartments, the idea of living illegally yet normally in what is America's largest sanctuary city no longer looks as possible as it once did. And critics are adamant that with hundreds of thousands of workers illegally employed at businesses all over town, these ICE raids could completely tank New York City's economy, costing even law-abiding residents their jobs and hurting neighborhoods. But proponents of these crackdowns say not only is ICE focused on dangerous people like gang members and criminals, any business breaking employment laws and underpaying its workforce in the name of profit isn't making the city a better place. Instead, they're exploiting people to undercut their competitors while propping up our city's growing criminal underworld, which is fueled by the gangs and human traffickers bringing people here in the first place. On top of that, any job given to someone illegally eliminates a job that a law-abiding resident would probably take in today's unpredictable economy. And that brings us to the real reason why whenever ICE raids a business, whether it's a warehouse or a food truck or a grocery store or even a corporate office, they're doing every law-abiding person in that place a favor, because there's no way a legitimate business can compete with one that hires people off the books and underpays them. Plus, secretly employing federal fugitives with criminal records puts other employees unknowingly in danger. Obviously, this is a disaster, but those aren't the only ways illegal businesses destroy communities all over the city. Because as you're about to see, there's a criminal underworld lurking just beneath the surface of what look like legitimate businesses, and it's not going anywhere as long as there's money to be made. So here we have a bunch of local food vendors, and these trucks, these are part of New York City. You've got some spots that have been on the streets for decades, making an honest living. And you can get pretty much everything at these places: breakfast, lunch, dinner, bagels, chicken over rice. But apparently some of these businesses have been breaking law in ways that don't make their communities or our city any safer, which explains why there are now reports of some of these food trucks vanishing.
Now, street vendors, as I noted and you noted, are particularly in a tougher position. Almost all of them are immigrants, up to 96%. And because of a strict city cap on permits, many do not have the proper vending license, which means if they're caught selling without a license, they can actually receive a criminal.
So if you've got food vendors who are now disappearing or not coming to work because they're afraid of ICE, that obviously means that there is something up with their immigration status. But these might not just be people who are in the country illegally. They also might be preparing food in an illegal, unsafe manner, which might not sound like a big deal until you consider what could be hiding under the surface of what looks like a quick bite. For example, people were caught illegally operating restaurant kitchens. Apparently the restaurant they were using was full of violations, it was unsanitary, and by selling this food all over town, they could be making people sick. But legitimate looking meals that actually make people sick is only part of the problem. The problem is many people working illegally at these unsafe operations might not even be doing it because they want to. And to a normal person passing by, these might look like well-meaning folks who are just here to make an honest buck as best they can. But if their employer's underpaying them, they're being exploited, and they also might be in the crosshairs of the very gang members and criminals ICE has come here to do something about.
Most Americans don't understand is that when they see this mass flow of people across the border, what they're you're looking at has been described to me as the largest form of modern slavery in the world. So many of the people coming across will have a little card in their pocket or a number written down, which is a routing number for a bank account for the cartel. If you haven't paid on
That is terrifying and it's awful. And you know something? The defenders of illegal immigration and illegal employment never seem to bring up the fact that many of the people in these labor situations might be in a lot of trouble. Or they hear about some business employing laborers and they think to themselves they're doing a great thing. They're giving people hope and a future and a chance at the American dream, which they can't get anywhere else. And they look at this as if it's some sort of noble cause, but the truth is the exact opposite, because many of the folks stuck in an illegal labor situation, they're there for a long time until they pay off massive debts to folks who wish to do them harm if they don't. And what that means is if ICE agents were to go to food trucks and raid them because they got a tip that high priority targets for operating them, running them, or trafficking people from these operations, they might actually be rescuing people who are in a modern form of indentured servitude. And don't think to yourself that because New York's a big city, people can come here and get away from these criminals. Oftentimes, these criminals are waiting for them in the very shelters that have been set up for new arrivals, revealing that many of the folks who come here and that New Yorkers perceive to be fleeing persecution and poverty are actually prisoners from the moment they enter our city.
There have been raids in nearby Newark, New Jersey at a wholesaler fish there. And then we saw most recently a raid at the Bronx Terminal Market. That's a well-known food market in that borough. ICE snatching up not only undocumented workers who were on its list for having committed a crime, but those who were not on its list for having not committing a crime in this country. In some cases,
You can really hear that mainstream narrative that being in the country illegally isn't in and of itself a crime. But even if you do think that, funding criminal organizations and sending money overseas to criminals, that's definitely a crime. And that's what these gangs are forcing people to do. And some shady New York City business that's hiring people off the books, they're part of two criminal operations. The criminal operation benefiting cartels and gang members, and the criminal operation of a business that exploits its own workers. Because no place that's hiring people off the books does it because they're trying to make the world a better place. Oh no, instead they're just trying to get a leg up on their competitors and make more money. It's being done in the name of profit, but it is cloaked in fake progressive compassion for vulnerable people who are actively being exploited. And if you've got people in New York that are either operating an illegal business themselves or are renting out some food truck to try and use it without a permit somewhere, all the money that they make, the best case scenario is that they get to keep it and it goes into their pocket, even though they've just operated an illegal business that could be hurting people and is against the law. But at worst case, all of the money they make, it goes to somebody that's threatened them and says that they know their family back in whichever country they're from, and that is collateral to get them to pay up.
You know, you and your friends are talking about, wasn't it wonderful how these immigrants work, two jobs and they're so hardworking. Well, guess what? They're working two jobs a lot of the time because so much of their money is going back to those cartels who are still exploiting them. And now some of them are wearing wristbands which link to databases and computers, so the cartel is able to track.
Did you hear that? There's no escape because these cartels and gang members, they're watching people from the moment they cross the border to the moment they come to a sanctuary city like New York. And because of the asylum crisis, there are more people here than ever who don't have legal permission to be in the country. And with these gang members embedding themselves in the very facilities that house these people, they're surrounded by potential victims. And what most Americans are completely in the dark about is that our border policies, they didn't just help these criminals. Oh no, the digital app-based process for asylum seekers entering the country was actually co-opted by criminals who used it to figure out which people to victimize first. And although the idea of app-based digital entry sounds modern and sounds efficient, it was forced upon people waiting in the middle of the desert without access to food, water, or let alone technology and an internet connection. And this article describes how people entering the country would have to subject themselves to cartels and gang members in order to get phones and get online and schedule border appointments. And if you rent a phone from somebody in order to use it to schedule appointments to get into America, they can track it. They can track your whereabouts and communicate with you and constantly threaten you. It's like a digital ball and chain, revealing that there's a criminal cost to illegal immigration most people are totally unaware of, which starts before someone even enters the country. But frighteningly, the fact that you have a massive sanctuary city apparatus in this country where hundreds of thousands of people can illegally try to make a living off the books, that situation is continuing to empower these criminal organizations even now that the border is closed. money that they have to cartels. Then when they get to a place like New York, they've got to pay these people back. There's gang members watching them. How do they go about getting the initial merchandise that they sell on the street or sell at some street vending food operation? And how on earth do they earn the money to rent out one of these food trucks to begin with? That money's got to come from somewhere. And oftentimes that money is unfortunately obtained in a manner that nobody is going to enjoy learning about.
Second day in a row, the NYPD has taken down illegal street vendors along Roosevelt Avenue in Jackson Heights, Queens. Officers were seen confiscating merchandise, ranging from clothes, jewelry, and power tools. Some of the goods are reportedly stolen. Mayor Adams addressed the issue.
So if you've got a person and they've got a little booth on the side of the street and they're selling hats or scarves or even food, whatever they're selling might not have been legally obtained in the first place. And multiple news outlets have reported that in some areas of town, you've got people selling stuff that was stolen straight off the shelf from a place like Home Depot. So you've got a situation bigger than people without permits selling things. You've got people who are stealing things and then illegally reselling them. And if you go to any grocery store in town, you'll see the security cameras. Sometimes you'll even see security guards. You've got food locked up because they get stolen. It can be cooked and it can be resold too. Revealing that for many people, the path to becoming an illegal street vendor means that you've got to do something illegal after you come into the country without permission. And what's so shocking about this, there's a good number of Americans that think that when they see somebody who's here working illegally, oh, they're just trying to make an honest buck and chase the American dream. But there's nothing American about committing all the crime that we're hearing about, especially when people in many cases are forced to do it because they are in the clutches of some of the worst gang members and criminals on our entire planet.
What is orderly?
I think it's her names.
A bunch of them say it. Oh, wow.
It's like the ones in the valley where they were like pre-text or pre-message.
It's a cartel smuggling tactic that has only been used in the Rio Grande Valley until now. These bracelets can mean several things. These bracelets can be proof of payment. They can be a coordinated effort of different groups, where they came from, who they are they a family?
This is terrible, but it also reveals a strange symbiotic relationship between cartels and gang members and sanctuary cities. Both empower each other. The criminals couldn't make the money that they make without sanctuary cities existing because there'd be no place for tens of thousands of people to come and illegally work off debts that they owe to these criminals. And the people running and operating sanctuary cities think that the more people living in them illegally, the better. And to them, it gives them a purpose for existing because there's now a massive group of vulnerable people they can step in and protect from what they believe are immigration laws that do not have the best interest of humanity or America at heart. But because of these recent ICE crackdowns, there's a lot of fear among the street vendors, apparently, who don't have licenses, and they're worried they could be deported because if they get caught breaking the law, now they're a criminal in America, and that's who ICE has said it's going after first. But instead of cooperating with ICE to turn over the gang members who are living in some of our asylum shelters, or the criminals who we constantly release from jail and won't turn over to federal custody when the government asks for them, our leaders have another plan that might just make this whole problem worse.
Street vendor reform package would expand access and protections for vendors in New York City, formalizing their stalls as small businesses and decreasing their risk of being detained or deported. Some Queens locals we spoke with condemn unlicensed vending as a public nuisance.
So the advocate crowd here wants the city to just issue more licenses, but now that we know that these licenses or these vending operations can be used by criminals, who do you think they're going to end up in the hands of? And what do you think is going to happen if somebody with a license is noticed by criminals? Do you think that person is going to be off the hook? And how does issuing more street vending license get rid of the problem of stolen goods being sold on the streets? It doesn't get rid of that problem at all. In fact, it's just going to make it harder to crack down on because now everyone's licensed. But there are also reports that in some parts of town, vendors are teaming up with each other against the authorities to warn each other and act as lookouts. That way, if officers show up to do their job and catch a potentially dangerous criminal, everyone's going to know about it, and the criminal will unfortunately now be harder to apprehend.
Those who have chosen to still work, they're reportedly setting up messaging groups, support groups, if you will, to give each other a heads up of when they see ICE in their community, Marky.
Yeah, and also apparently befriending other, stores.
Now, obviously, if people are here and they're here illegally, of course they're going to be worried about ICE agents showing up. But look at what this has created. It's created a situation that just protects criminals because ICE, they're not here to arrest people who are in the country illegally but are otherwise law-abiding. And the border czars made it abundantly clear that terror watch list suspects, gang members, and dangerous individuals are who they're really after. But now you've got people acting as lookouts for one another. But the big question is, what do you think about people who are here and are working illegally? Are they really chasing after the American dream, or instead are they working as hard as they can just to survive because gang members and criminals are on the other end of every single thing they're doing? Would these issues even exist in New York if it didn't allow rampant lawlessness to persist across its streets in the first place? Does that help criminals? And is it a bad thing? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
All right. All right, so we're gonna go to live now here, and it looks like they're interviewing someone from Ontario, Canada.
To be specific, and the American people. I had a conversation with all three governors, Governor Walz just a little while ago, about a week or so ago, but I did speak to Governor Whitmer over the weekend. I spoke to her again this morning, and also Governor Hochul as well. I'm not too sure. All I know is I'm meeting with the Secretary Lutnick, and his entire team down there as well. And again, by no means are we just going to roll over, because we don't roll over to anyone. What we are going to do is have a constructive conversation moving forward. As I reminded the Secretary, you know, we're the closest allies, closest friends, and we need to get back to the table to make sure that we build an AMCAN fortress around the world. I told them we are not the problem, China's the problem, and we look forward to speaking with Secretary Lutnick.
Just to remind the audience, we're live streaming on YouTube, my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and simulcasting on X Spaces. For the ones on X Spaces, if you have a question, just ask for the mic, and you can ask that question or tell me your opinion about what's being covered in the news live on my show.
But I'm not out, and I've said it publicly, I'm not out to hurt the American people. I told the governors I'm not out to hurt them. I apologize that we have to even do this. We have to get to this point. But sometimes you have to play your cards, and this is one of the cards that we played. And hopefully we're going to have a very good, constructive conversation with the Secretary when we get down there. But my goal in any discussion, any negotiation, be it here or in business or in the last agreement that we had, is let's cool everyone down. Cooler heads have to prevail, and we need to sit down and have a very productive conversation. And I truly feel it was the right decision to move forward and bring Minister LeBlanc down, along with the ambassador. If she's free, I have to reach out to her. Folks, this has been moving at rocket speed right now, going back and forth, and we had to make a decision. So I made that decision. Well, I'm just saying, I have to reach out to her. This is going extremely fast. My number one priority was to talk to the people of Ontario, and I have to reach out to the ambassador. But she's done an incredible job, by the way. I want to thank Ambassador Hillman for all the work she's been doing behind the scenes as well. Yes, Secretary Lutnick called me.
Do you think that the CNN push, CNBC, MSNBC, you've been doing a big media blitz on Americans' channels?
Yeah.
Clearly, Secretary Lutnick is noticing that. Do you think that is this vindicating your aggressive, hawkish kind of strategy rather than trying to be an appeaser like some other things?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question, Robert. What I'm doing the American media for is to inform the American people. You know, I saw a poll that came out the other day, just recently, was 67% of Americans disagree with President Trump attacking Canada. So the more all of us, all premiers, all CEOs of businesses go out there and inform the American people. This isn't just going to hurt Canada, and it will hurt Canada and Ontario. It's going to hurt the U.S. and it's going to hurt badly. We're already seeing inflation go up.
But
in
the thing
US.
is, but here's the problem. Everyone's focused on the short term. Will it increase prices? May cause problems with the automotive industry, maybe even furlough workers, cause some unemployment. Yes, but let's look at the big picture here, the big mosaic, which is really important. First, employment is actually below natural unemployment rate. That means we have too many people employed based on modern economic theory, all right? We have inflation. So when you have too many people employed and inflation, the Federal Reserve needs to raise rates, not cut rates. Secondly, because we're at 4.1%, not 5% unemployment, there's at least 0.9% that could be laid off in the United States and still be in a healthy economy. Third, the demonization of these tariffs has always been to scare the middle class, thinking that the tariff policy is bad. The reality of the situation is that these transnational capitalists gutted manufacturing to make you think that you can import deflation, only for the countries that are sending the goods to buy our debt that Congress is overspending. That's the way this whole thing is. Now, what Trump's doing is he's unraveling that. If you have tariffs that are reciprocal, that allow for us to sell our goods to them at the same price as they're selling to us, what is happening is you're stopping the labor arbitrage that these transnational capitalists are doing. Now, when you do that, you either have this reciprocal trade or free or fair trade, not free trade. And or what happens is that manufacturing comes into the United States. Now, the best policy here for long term is to have more jobs, more manufacturing, more capability domestically, not internationally. Now, it takes time, especially complex systems like automotive, to move that manufacturing back and to validate the manufacturing process because of the high tolerances that are involved. But when you do that, you have economic clustering. You have other smaller businesses that are tied tangentially to those industries when they come back. When you ship those types of jobs away, it destroys the economic clustering of the society. So in the long term, the middle class will benefit by bringing back jobs. In the short term, it's going to be more expensive. But don't think short term, because if you keep on thinking short term, you will sell your family, your children down the river. Because when they get out of college or when they get out of high school, there's no jobs for them to start their career. And that's the reason why they can't do family creation, family formation, and purchase a home, an affordable home, and start their life. Because you ship the fucking jobs overseas. So, if the middle class needs to fucking wake up, stop buying cheap goods over at Walmart and thinking that it's all about the short term, because that's how you got into this problem. It took 35 years to gut our industry. Now it's time to reverse that. And that's what Trump's doing. But you have a lot of people that in mainstream media, because you have multinational corporations that are advertising on their media platforms, pushing the transnational agenda, the transnational capitalist agenda. And believe me, it's not for the middle class. By maintaining the status quo, the rich get richer, the middle class get poorer. The only way to reverse this is take the pain now, go through the surgery now, and you will be better in the long run.
I talked to Secretary Lutnick before, and make no mistake about it. He's a very, very smart businessman, a shrewd negotiator. And, like him or not, don't underestimate President Trump. He's a smart business person. But in saying that, we have very smart business people here in Canada. and in Ontario as well. It's in our both best interest.
The whole Canadian nation is like what, 40 million people? Get real. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work by purchasing the products, and it's a win-win situation. You're helping with your health and wellness. All right, 2 great supplements to stack to help boost up your immune system is taking the vitamin C and magnesium. And also vitamin C is good for your skin. If you take it with collagen, it'll cross-link with the collagen and improve your dermal layer. But vitamin C is very important for boosting up your immune system. Take it with magnesium. And so my supplement is vitamin C plus the magnesium. All right. If you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a double dose. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. And to improve your skin, you need to drink about 64 ounces of filtered water that will cross-link with the dermal layer, cross-link with the collagen and the vitamin C to help with your dermal layer. So it's a dual purpose product. All right. So please get the vitamin C and magnesium, but also take it with the magnesium and zinc. You can take magnesium and zinc by itself, but you can take these together, vitamin C plus the magnesium and the magnesium and zinc supplements together to boost up your immune system. All right. Make sure you drink it with filtered water because it's water soluble. Now, if you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a double dose. Take 1 dose in the morning, take another in the evening. Once you start feeling better, then just go back to your maintenance dose of once a day. But this is a great stack. Vitamin C, magnesium, and zinc. Take it every day. Boost up that immune system. Really important. All right. And like I said, if you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a double dose. Probiotics, really important. Why? Because when you have a bad gut biome, a lot of things start to go wrong with your liver, with your brain, with your gut, with your immune system, with your skin, your hair, your nails. Okay. So what you want to do is improve your gut biome. You do that by eating good foods. All right. Stay away from processed foods, drink filtered water. All right. And also take a good probiotic. Now I have 2 probiotics. I have one that's in a powdered form, which I take because I take a lot of different powders, you know, like the collagen and the gladiator barley and the boomer boost and the lignans. And so it's just easier for me to take. All right. But so for the ones that want to take the powder, you just take a small scoop, mix it with soft foods or with filtered water. I usually mix it with hummus, but however you want to take it, it's up to you. And take it once a day. It's a very high quality probiotic. It's not just a probiotic, it's a prebiotic. So and that's important. All right. So by taking it every day, what's going to happen is you're going to reduce inflammation in your gut. You're going to improve your absorption of the foods that you eat. The communication between your gut and the liver will improve. Your liver is a major detox organ, but not just a detox organ. It creates bile. It helps with processing sugars. It does a lot for you. So having a healthy liver is super important. And a good gut biome is going to communicate with your brain better. So you're going to sleep better. You're going to be less irritable. And with a good gut biome, you're reducing the chances of early onset of dementia and Alzheimer's. All right. Research has shown that with a better gut biome compared to a bad gut biome, you're reducing your chances of early onset of dementia. All right, really important. My father is slowly dying in a nursing home because of dementia. All right, so I know all about this. All right, and you don't want a parent to be dying in a nursing home slowly because of dementia. It's terrible. So stay healthy. All right, I've seen too many people in my life, and just through my experience, that they're not taking care of their body when they could, and by the time they get into geriatric care, it's a lot of problems, and it was all preventable. So please improve your gut biome by taking my probiotics. I have a powdered version, and I also have a veggie cap version that you can take. Some people prefer to take the veggie cap version. Some people prefer to take the powder version. I prefer the powder, but that's just me, all right? It's just easier for me to take during my lunch. So please go to my store, get the probiotics, improve your gut biome, and also you bring down inflammation in your gut. And when you're bringing down inflammation in your gut, your immune system is going to improve. And with a good gut biome, your mucosal layer is going to be thicker. So what that basically means is there's going to be a better boundary in the inner lining of your gut to prevent leaky gut syndrome. It would help to prevent mutations in the crypt. Mutations in the crypt of your gut lead to polyps. You don't want that. You know, that leads to, you know, colon cancers and stuff. You don't want that. So a good mucosal lining and a healthy gut biome is going to improve that immune system, because your IgAs antibodies, the IgA antibodies are in that mucosal lining, and they are dispersed. Those antibodies are dispersed with these gut biome colonies. And when you have a healthy gut biome and you have a healthy mucosal layer and a healthy concentration of your IgAs, that means your immune system for your intestinal tract is better. Really important for your health. All right. If you start looking microscopically at people that eat really bad food and they have a bad gut biome, the health, the lining, the epithelial lining of that gut is really bad. I mean, those cells are just, they're necrotic. All right. You don't want that. There's scar tissue, and there's a lot of inflammation, and that leads to problems like leaky gut syndrome and all this stuff. So you don't want that. All right. Reduce that inflammation, boost up your immune system. And you'll notice that, you know, starting with your gut, a lot of other systems are going to improve. Your sleep will improve. A lot of people would think, well, why would my sleep? Your stools will be improved. All right. Your metabolism will be improved. Your energy absorption will be improved. So lots of things will happen when you have a good gut biome. But if you eat the American SAD diet, the standard American diet, the SAD diet, you're destroying your gut. These people that are eating the Doritos all the time and eating the fast food, they literally are caking their gut to the point where their gut is dying. So stop that. All right. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great probiotics and start getting healthy. I want you to get healthy in 2025. You can do it. All right. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All right. Let's go. I want to go to CNN. This is about military. Trump administration requests military options to access Panama Canal. This was published 1 day ago.
This morning, the Trump administration is asking Pentagon officials to provide, quote, credible military options to ensure unfettered U.S. access to the Panama Canal, which by most accounts they already have. That is according to a memo sent to senior Pentagon officials and obtained by CNN. CNN's Zachary Cohen joined us now to share his new reporting. First of all, what else is in this new memo? And to be clear, at this point, there's no indication that the U.S. is having trouble getting through the Panama Canal, right?
Yes, sir, that's right. This memo amounts really to a major overhaul of the Pentagon's priorities. And it's a shift that is really intended to align more closely with military's focus with Donald Trump's stated goals. And that includes something he's talked about publicly on various occasions, including recently, the need to reclaim access to the Panama Canal. And this memo really does spell out pretty clearly that he's ordering and formally directing the Pentagon and military leaders to draw up military options. It says, quote, immediately provide credible military options to ensure fair and unfettered U.S. military and commercial access to the Panama Canal. But as you mentioned, there is no indication that American ships, military or otherwise, are having difficulty getting through the Panama Canal. This is already causing confusion with the Panamanian government, which has said this topic has not even come up in their conversations with Trump officials. So obviously Trump directing the military to come up with options, but it remains to be seen how those options might be implemented, if at all.
Yeah, I mean, we remember this sort of attack by Donald Trump on the Panamanian government. We will see how this all plays out over time. Zachary Cohen, have a great weekend. Thank you so much.
Donald Trump wants Canada, Greenland, and now he's directing the Pentagon to draw up military plans for the Panama Canal. The formal request uses the language of credible military options to ensure fair and unfettered American access to the canal. But since December, Trump has repeatedly insisted that the canal needs to be reclaimed by the US, something that Panama has flat out rejected. Now, this memo from the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, marks a major.
Now, I'm sure that CNN is not going to say this, but let's say President Xi decides to take the west side of Taiwan, and it activates our military response, and our Navy in the region and our military bases that are housing Marines will take the east side of Taiwan. And there's a mountain range that cuts through the middle. I forgot the name of it. Okay? Now, we have a lot of military aircraft and ships in the Atlantic and in the Mediterranean. Don't you think that if we need to shift our focus to the Pacific, if a war breaks out with Taiwan, that we're going to need the Panama Canal to move a lot of ships through? This makes a lot of sense on what Trump is doing, just in case there is a war that breaks out with Taiwan. Now, remember, who was running the port? The Chinese. So they could have shut down that port and prevented our military from getting through to fight China because of a flashpoint in Taiwan. But let's see what CNN has to say.
And U.S. policy. Here we go again. I don't even know what to say. I mean, I guess we are going to invade Panama. I don't know.
No. Here's the issue. Another dumb broad on CNN that really doesn't see the big mosaic.
Listen, Trump keeps saying he wants to do these things, and then you keep telling me he doesn't want to.
This is very simple. A Southern Command asked for a range of options from closer coordination with Panamanian security forces all the way to what if we have to take it by force. It is good for the United States to be prepared, and the entire project is about what do we have to do to counter Chinese influence on the Panama Canal, which is a real thing, which everyone acknowledges. We do need to get it back under control. They are violating their treaty obligations. We cannot let China run roughshod over this.
But didn't a U.S. firm just basically bring the ports that Trump is concerned about back under U.S. control?
But we may need
already
military
happened. This it sounds like bluster.
Just for a second, Scott, as quick as you can, just as a layman, what is China doing at the canal that the U.S. has such a big issue with?
They control the ins and outs, and they're also controlling the prices of the things going through there. Not Panama, not us. They've had a massive amount of influence over the commerce that goes through that, and that is a vital artery to get ships back and forth, and it's in our hemisphere. And I don't think Donald Trump, nor should any American president, want China having that much control over that much commerce and trade.
Let me just elaborate on that. So the two major ports on either end of the Panama Canal have been controlled and run by a Hong Kong-based conglomerate since 1997.
Yeah, but all right, here's the big story. I'm sorry, CNN. Dr. Paul Cottrell needs to step in here. President Carter gave it away. You know why? Because he was starting a peace treaty with China. And he was basically selling Taiwan down the river. And over time, what has happened is that we have eroded the concept of the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine, in its purest form, was basically telling Europe, do not intervene in our hemisphere. An extension of the Monroe Doctrine, a modern version of this, is to tell the Asian community to not interfere in our hemisphere. Why did America let this happen? Because you had Democrats and you had a group of intelligentsia that was aligning with China because they thought that was a better policy to bring down the Soviet Union. Because you got to remember, at this time, the Soviet Union didn't collapse yet. It was a bad policy. It was a bad, stupid strategic policy. Now we've sent all of our jobs, all of our manufacturing, not all of it, but a lot of it, you know, to China. Now they have technology transfer. They know how to make a lot of stuff. We built up their country. China didn't build up their country. It was our FDI, our foreign direct investment that did it. And now they have built up their military to a point where it could be very problematic for us to fight and support Taiwan. That's what this is all about. But the people that are around that table aren't smart enough to see it.
And you know, most people may say, "Oh, well, Hong Kong, what does that have to do with China? They're autonomous." Well, in 2020,
exactly. What China did to Hong Kong is what they're going to try to do to Taiwan.
The Chinese Communist Party superseded the Hong Kong Assembly to take over national security and whatever they deem to be national security. And Scott mentioned the Southern Command. The head of the Southern Command testified in front of the House Armed Services Committee and said that this is critical to Chinese interests.
Yep.
The Panama Canal is part of their long-term plan.
Policy perspective, other than the threat of military force, what is Trump doing about it?
Well, I mean, to Scott's point, we have entire files of contingency plans.
I'm saying other than the invasion of Panama, what is Trump doing about this?
What is about countering Chinese influence?
In the Panama Canal specifically.
Yeah, we're saying out loud, we are prepared to take any action necessary to make Panama live within the treaty obligations.
So in other words,
China
you're
out.
saying
That's
that
a policy.
is a threat that he has no intention of carrying out.
I don't know.
But there's no policy behind that. There's no, you know, diplomacy
Is she an
behind
idiot?
it. There's no.
Is she an idiot? What do you mean no policy behind it? It's reducing the hegemonic power of the Chinese. See, here's the problem I've been noticing with people that are, quote, intellectual, maybe have gone to law school, and that are female Black. And I'm not trying to sound racist, but I'm noticing this in New York. They don't care about the country. They care about reparations. That's all they care about. And it's coming from the intelligentsia, the ones that have been educated. They're pushing reparation. They don't care about the country. They have a different mindset. And I saw this firsthand with the consultant for Hochul to push reparations in states like New York and California. And that's the kind of mindset she has. And it's just, it's so self-centered that they don't realize that they're going to bankrupt the country, and they don't care. They don't care.
It's behind it at all.
You want to give carrots to China for trying to encourage that in our
to
hemisphere?
Panama, because China is giving carrots to Panama.
Well, they are
negotiating.
They are negotiating.
I don't know. Her logic is stupid.
Of what needs to happen in the Panama Canal. We do need to make sure that China doesn't control the ins and outs there. The difference is you don't do this by threatening an invasion. And this is where my issue is with, like, you know, Greenland and Canada are totally separate things, of course. But with that is like pretending like you might invade, obviously leaking that you've created invasion plans. I don't see the point in that. Again, I actually agree with the in-state of what we need to do in Panama. I don't think we should take back over the Panama Canal.
The point is it telegraphs to China, don't fuck with us. How's that any different than them doing war games between doing war games in that Taiwanese Strait?
But it's like you're threatening Panama, you're threatening Canada. LOL, we're going to make it the 51st state. Greenland.
Can I just play, because Davey brought up Greenland, I think it's worth a discussion too, because this literally happened in the Oval Office today. Trump sitting next to the NATO chief, and he says this about Greenland.
What is your vision for the potential annexation of Greenland and getting the potential?
Well, I think it'll happen, but you know, Mark, we need that for international security, not just security, international. We have a lot of our favorite players, cruising around the coast, and we have to be careful.
I mean, as people pointed out, the NATO chief didn't say anything. He was just kind of sitting there while Trump was basically essentially threatening to illegally invade a territory of a NATO ally.
Yeah, Trump looks silly in all of this. I'm sorry. He is attempting to force.
No, actually, it's really smart because it's a major occlusion trying to prevent our military from going through if we need to shift our military from the Atlantic to the Pacific with a major war that might break out between the United States, China, and Taiwan, and all of the players that are allied with us, like South Korea and the Philippines and Japan and New Zealand and Australia. This is a big thing that could happen. These people are not smart enough to see it.
Take away a friendly nation, and their territory. And I think that
see, they're just one-dimensional. They're playing checkers. They're playing checkers. It's one-dimensional. It's one-dimensional. They're just like it's just they're not seeing it. They don't see the big picture here. And not only that, the Chinese have stated in 2025 or 2027 they want Taiwan. President Xi stated that. Now, if he wants Taiwan, doesn't it make sense to try to blockade a canal, prevent our military to cutting through quickly? Because if that canal is blocked, we're going to have to go all the way around South America. It takes a lot longer. And guess what? The seas are a lot more violent and turbulent.
This is whether it's Canada, whether it's Great, the list goes on. And I just think that how it's very hard to take Trump seriously when he makes these jokes all the time. And it's something that
it could be like a boy who cries wolf. He continues to threaten the military in places where he has no intention of actually doing it. His word is being diluted by these empty threats.
What if we woke up in the morning and China had said, you know what, screw this, we're going to send some military over towards the Panama Canal, or we're going to say no to this idea that we shouldn't control the Panama Canal? Would you rather or rather not have the United States government prepared for any possible contingency with China?
I expect that the United States government is prepared for every contingency. They just
We are now.
Well, I don't think that scenario is planning for what if the Chinese military comes over, then what do we do? My guess is that scenario plans for how do we fight the Panamanian Defense Forces to take this. And again, it's like, here's the reason, by the way, that Donald Trump threatens our allies and not people that really deserve threats, is because he's small, he's scared, he's a coward. And you can threaten your friends because you know you're not going to start a war over it, and it makes you look really tough. If you tweet in all caps and then you threaten Panama, it makes you look like you're ready to go to war and tough. But you don't say much about Iran. He's pretty quiet on that. Certainly Russia. And China, he's been quiet on lately.
Well,
because there's reality with that.
We weren't so quiet on Iran when we killed the head.
Well, he's quiet on China. That was 6 years ago. I'm talking about
he's
today.
pretty tough on Iran.
He's quiet on China because about a week ago, the Chinese embassy said, quote, if it's war the U.S. wants to be a tariff, trade, or any other type of war, we're ready to fight till the end.
Isn't that a reason, by the way, to be prepared for the Chinese if they're going to rattle sabers?
I think the Chinese
If they're willing to say that, what should we do?
If you're posturing violence first, then what do you expect?
Wait a minute. No. The United States did. Wait. The United States didn't. United States has been placating to the Chinese ever since. Eisenhower. But it really ramped up with Nixon. This guy doesn't even know his fucking history.
We want to push back on them with tariffs, and we want to push back on them economically. But this Panama Canal business has been an issue for years, and it festered under several administrations. He's saying no more.
I don't think anybody's disputing the nature of the problem. I think the question is, what is the actual solution? Trump keeps talking about the one solution that everybody agrees, including you, that he has no intention of carrying out.
If our troops are down there over a shortcut for boats, that is
these two individuals that were very anti-Trump policy on the Panama Canal could not get in their head the issue with Taiwan. And what are the common themes? Both black. And both don't know the history that was going on post World War II in that region. And the problems that we've been having with President Xi ever since he took power. But I bet they have a whole lot to say about reparations. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nanosilver gel. This is a dual purpose product. You can get it in 2 different packagings. You can get it in the tube form or in the quick dispenser. Make sure you have some at work and at home. You never know when you need it, and it's dual purpose. The dual purposes are the following. If you get a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn, apply it. It'll heal that lesion quicker. You can use it as a skincare. You put it on your skin. The best way to do it is to put it on at night and then exfoliate in the morning, and then you're improving the topical layer of your skin. If you want a more advanced version of skincare, take a look at my anti-aging skincare beginner's box or advanced box. You get the silver gel, the vitamin C and the collagen in the beginner's box, and in the advanced box, you get everything in the beginner's box plus C60 and resveratrol. That helps with the basal layer. The collagen and the vitamin C with cross-linking with drinking filtered water will help with the dermal layer, and then obviously the structural nanosilver gel will help with the topical layer. All right, so you can use it as a skincare. You can use it after you shave. So guys, when you shave your face, apply the gel on your face, and it will soothe that razor burn. Women, if you're shaving your legs, use it on your legs, and it'll help to heal your skin and reduce that razor burn. It'll soothe the skin. So that's a great way to use it. Another is if you're not feeling well, or if someone around you at work or at home is not feeling well, put this on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5 hours. It creates a barrier and it neutralizes. Really important. All right. This is way better than Perel. If you're using Perel, stop using it. This is way better than Perel. All right. It stays active for 5.5 hours. Perel stays active for less than 30 seconds. So, and then not only that, Perel also cracks your skin because it's alcohol based. This is not alcohol based. This will heal your skin. So, and you can put this around your mouth and lightly coat your nostrils. You can't do that with Perel. So please go to my store. These are very high quality products. Make sure you have this at your home. You never know when you need it. And believe me, when you need it, and you don't have it, problem, all right? Now, a little trick that I do is that if I have nasal drip because of a cold or whatever, what you want to do is take the gel and lightly coat your nostrils. And what will happen is that it will reduce that soreness that you have with a stuffed up nose, but also that nasal drip will diminish. All right, so it'll, especially at night when you're trying to breathe, when you're going to sleep, because what happens is that gel will start to help to dry up the nasal drip, and then it'll allow you to breathe better. All right, so that's a little trick if you want to know. But again, you can't do that with Perel. All right, so take my advice. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the structural nanosilver gel. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All right, and let's talk about the collagen. Collagen is a powder. You get a big scooper. Take 1 scoop a day, and this is a dual-purpose product. All right, now it has a typical amino acid profile that I'm showing on the screen here. You can see the label on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, the collagen peptides, what it does is it's a dual-purpose product. It'll help with your skin, your hair, your nails, your joints, your tendons, your ligaments, your cartilage, your bones, and even your muscles. All right. Now, if you're doing it for your skin, all right, take the scooper, 1 scoop a day, drink it with filtered water. Some people mix it with soft foods like I do, or you can put it in a smoothie, but take it every day. All right. And if you want to improve your dermal layer, you want to take it with vitamin C and drink about 64 ounces of filtered water throughout the day. All right. If you can't drink 64, try 32 ounces. All right. A lot of times when you're drinking a lot of water, you have to urinate more, but anywhere from 32 to 64 ounces. 64 is better. Now, that will improve your dermal layer. All right. Now, to improve your joints, your bones, your muscles, what you want to do is do some resistance training. All right. You don't have to be Arnold Schwarzenegger, but you want to do resistance training regularly throughout the week. And what you're doing is you're creating a growth signal. And what will happen is that the collagen is going to help to strengthen the bones and strengthen the joints and strengthen your musculature. All right. Really important. But you need to send that growth signal. And that growth signal is through doing the resistance training. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description of this video, and get the collagen peptides, very high quality powder that you take every day. Now people would say, well, it's kind of expensive. The reason why it's kind of expensive is because it's extremely high quality. And people will go, well, I can get a cheaper one. Well, you get what you pay for. All right. You're not going to get anything better than this. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and stack it the way I told you to stack it. All right. Now, let's go to Schumer faces calls to step down after surrendering to Republicans. This was Fox News 51 minutes ago.
All right, well, we're going to move on. The division within the Democratic Party is on full display. As lawmakers are being called out over sudden change of heart after passing the GOP spending bill to avert a government shutdown.
Madeline Rivera joins us in Washington with the latest. Hey, Madeline.
Hi, guys. Good morning. Yeah, the backlash against Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer for advancing the GOP stopgap spending bill is growing. One progressive group, Indivisible, is calling on Schumer to step aside. They say he gave up a rare moment of leverage for Democrats and, quote, surrendered to President Trump and Republicans. The organization's co-executive director saying this: we thank him for his service, but we need new leadership in this moment. And we understand to get there, we need a chorus of support for change. There are reports that New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is being urged to primary Schumer next cycle, but she's getting some criticism from Democratic Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman over her calls to buck the Republican bill. Fetterman is saying, what's the exit plan once we shut the government down? What about all the millions of Americans who are going to have their lives damaged? What about the ones that won't have any paycheck? She'll have her paycheck, though. And former independent Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema is accusing Ocasio-Cortez and other lawmakers of hypocrisy for pushing the Senate Dems to filibuster the spending bill. Just a few years ago, you might remember, they had wanted to get rid of the tool to pass former President Biden's agenda. The filibuster requires most bills to have 60 votes to clear the Senate, but Ocasio-Cortez is pushing back against Sinema, saying she did not have a change of heart. Instead, she says the same Dems who argue to keep the filibuster for when we need it do not, in fact, use it when we need it. It's only used to block Dem policies, never to block harmful GOP ones. Could have proved this wrong. Instead, they proved the point. Charlie, Rachel, and Jody.
Thank you,
Maddie.
Thanks,
You
Maddie.
got it.
Because Chuck Schumer's been around a long time, and he knows what happens when there are government shutdowns. And usually, the party that shuts it down gets blamed. So was he just saving, Charlie? I mean, you've been around DC a long time. Was he just saving the radicals in the party from themselves?
I can't figure it out because he's not a dumb guy. He handled this. This is the biggest disaster in terms of strategy that I think I've ever seen from him. It's a little bit of a reminder of what happens when, for whatever people think about Nancy Pelosi, she knew what she was doing. She knew how to wield power. And I do kind of wonder if some of this isn't the result of her absence or her withdrawing from center stage as leader of the party.
I think that's not. I think the newscaster has a a good observation with this. The Democrat, even though I was against Nancy Pelosi, but the Democratic Party's main strategist was Nancy Pelosi, because she's exited the stage here, right? And fell down literally. Some of the second string leaders just aren't as strong. So his observation here is right about Schumer. All right. Schumer was second fiddle to Nancy Pelosi for sure. But he's aging. He's not as sharp as he used to be. And none of that, I think that the Democratic Party is shifting more ultra liberal.
Nice, right?
He never should have allowed this to even become an issue, because they are the party of government solves all problems. And then suddenly they're going to shut the government down, and which of course is exactly what Republicans want. And what you wind up with is you're basically they're saying, wait a second, you're cutting waste, fraud, and abuse from the government. Well, we're going to shut down the government, so you can't do that. Except shutting down the government only allows Trump to do that even more effectively. It is the dumbest thing I've ever seen out of a Democrat. Because Democrats are usually really strategically so much smarter than
they
Republicans.
never
united.
Yeah, they never snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, which we've seen House Republicans do over the last couple of years. But he came in the final hour, was like, well, okay, we're good with it, but only for these many days instead of those many days. And by that point, he's showing his cards was weak, and so they just had to vote.
And you see this generational divide, of course. AOC representing the newer, more radical end of the party. She's probably also 1,000 times better at messaging to the base than Chuck Schumer. So she's gotten a lot more sort of support. Yeah, there's a few, old
And this
school
is what's
people
happening.
telling
What
her.
I'm noticing with New York and some of the representatives that are lawyers pushing reparations, what they're doing is they're tapping into the ultra liberal. I literally heard the representative of that's investigating this with Hochul, all right, to try to spearhead this. She literally said that she didn't care on how it was paid for, that even if it tanked the economy. So this mindset of hurting other people on trying to get things that they don't even deserve. And now if you look at the historical context, look at what Abraham Lincoln said. You don't do reparations after the Civil War, because what happens is that you allow the country to heal. Now, in the context, that was not putting reparations on the South. And what they did with the war and all the destruction. But there was wisdom in what he was saying. But these people, they don't care. What they do is they get a law degree and they try to get power. And once they have enough connections at the state level or at the federal level, then they start pushing. And this is the ultra liberal is going to be the reservoir to push reparations. That's what's happening in the United States. And it's starting at the state level in these ultra blue states. Now, people need to wake up. I am not wrong on this, because I have literally seen it with my own eyes with the representatives for Hochul.
Back down, but ultimately, whether Democrats like it or not, Charlie and Joey, she is the voice of the new generation of Democrats.
And who did Nancy Pelosi keep in her crosshairs more than anybody else? AOC. Yeah. She kept her in place. And she kept her in line.
She recognized she knew the threat.
Nancy Pelosi was very crafted, like we said, with House Democrats. I don't think Hakeem Jeffries has that same control.
Yeah.
And we sit here and maybe you want to say President Trump broke the Democratic Party. I think common sense broke the Democratic Party, and President Trump is taking advantage of it.
Good point, Joey.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to.
All right. We might be going to what Rubio is discussing about Ukraine ceasefire, but let me just plug this really quick. My third pillar in my protocol, what I call the core, is to bring down inflammation and boost up the immune system, but it's dual purpose. It'll also help with your cardiovascular system. Take ashwagandha to bring down cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. You take turmeric to bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. And you take lignans to bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals, boost up your immune system, and help with your endocrine system. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods or with filtered water. It's up to you. Now, if you stack these together, what will happen is you're really boosting up your immune system. But you're also bringing down the inflammation, soaking up the free radicals, reducing the oxidation of LDL, and you're controlling that inflammation from the glucose levels in your bloodstream, and you're bringing down cortisol levels, so you're helping with your immune system. You're reducing that inflammation in the vascular, so you're reducing the chances of building up plaque. Because if you have less LDL oxidized, you can't build up plaque. If you have less inflammation, you're reducing plaque buildup. If you're controlling your blood glucose levels, you're reducing plaque buildup because you're reducing that inflammatory response of high glucose levels. All right. So this is a very powerful stack. So get the ashwagandha root, get the lignans, get the turmeric. Use discount 5. I want these products in your hand because they work. It'll help with your cardiovascular health and help with your immune system. And you couple it with proper diet and exercise, proper sleep, right? And you're improving your overall system. Now, again, you can couple it with also taking the probiotics and the multivitamins and some of the other products that I had, that I talked about earlier in the transmission here. But the thing is that taking ashwagandha, turmeric, and lignans on a daily basis is really going to boost up your immune system, bring down inflammation, and help with your help with your cardiovascular health. Because it's through inflammation and oxidation of LDL that leads to plaque buildup. Now, if you mitigate that, you have less plaque. Now, if you're working out and you're getting the good blood flowing going, right? You get better blood flow to your different tissues and your brain. You're just going to be overall healthier. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the ashwagandha, the lignans, and the turmeric. Stack them together. It's a very powerful stack. Now, you can take them separately, but like I said, when you stack stuff, you get more benefit from it for your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If someone's telling you take 1 or 2 supplements and that's all you take and you'll be fine, they're wrong. If they say just exercise, they're wrong. If they say just meditate, they're wrong. If they say, just do yoga, they're wrong. You've got to look at this from a holistic point of view and do all these different modalities to improve your health. Okay, let's go to live now. I think Rubio's taking questions about the ceasefire.
Convoluted and tough to decipher. I wonder if you think that he's playing for time.
Well, I think you're not going to. This is not something that's going to play out in press conferences, as I stand at a press conference. But this is, these again. I go back to the point I just made. When you want, if you think about the most recent example of ceasefire negotiations, which was what happened in Gaza and with Israel and so forth. Yeah, there were newspaper and there were articles and there was news stories about it, but ultimately you found out what the results were after the fact. And in the meantime, you saw public statements from different sides in regards to what they were going to do. I think this will be no different. So certainly we're not going to make our foreign policy decisions on the basis of what a leader simply says at a press conference or somebody puts up on a social media post because there's some blogger close to the Kremlin or something like that. And likewise, I don't think that they're going to do that either. So I would just say that this is going to play out the way things of this nature and caliber have traditionally and normally played out, and that is with the leaders of the countries involved speaking not in front of the cameras, not in front of the media, but in these negotiations that happen and these talks that happen. So I'm not going to comment on what President Putin said, other than he said he agreed with it in concept. So. Well, again, he said that at a press conference. As I said, and I go back to the phrase I used earlier, I think there is reason for cautious optimism that something good could come of this. Obviously, we're going to wait for Ambassador Woodcock to return. He's not back yet. We're going to reconvene. Obviously, I spoke to him late last night. He spoke to the president well before that. May have spoken to other members of our team. I've been here. But ultimately, we're going to reconvene, and the president will have options available to him, and decisions will be made after that. But I don't want to speculate or characterize anything beyond what I've just said until we have had a chance to sit down with Ambassador Woodcock, who's still overseas and in travel.
I just want to follow up on that, Mr. Secretary, because when on the way here, you said you were seeking an unconditional acceptance. I mean, clearly Mr. Putin is adding a whole series of conditions. And also, the president says there should be.
Well, how do you know he's adding conditions?
From what he said publicly.
Well, I go back to the point I made. Let's let this thing play through, okay? And then let's figure out what. Let me at least talk. Let's the team get together on the state side of this and talk to Ambassador Woodcock and go through some of this. Again, we're not going to be involved in this process where I'm being asked to stake a position of U.S. policy on the basis of what someone said at a press conference yesterday. So we're going to work through this thing in a normal, sane fashion. We'll figure out where we are based on what I know at this moment with my conversation with Ambassador Woodcock. He's not here yet. I feel like there's reason for cautious optimism. I think the president shared that today in his True Social post. But there's a lot of work. No, I have never told anybody that this is going to be easy, fast, simple, slam dunk. It'll be hard, but it's important work. We are a better place today. I hope, I believe, we have reason to believe than we were a week ago. But we still have a long ways to go. It could come together pretty quickly if everyone aligns. But I don't know how aligned we are yet. That's what we're about to find out. So cautious optimism is about the best phraseology I can use at this moment. Based on what we know, we're going to keep working on it.
Mr. Secretary, the statement that I'll get it, but it's just the fundamental element of the president's proposal was it to be an immediate ceasefire.
Sure. And that's the proposal.
How long does Putin have?
Well, in terms of long for what?
How long does because there are those who say he's playing the time. This is adding conditions,
Well, this war's been going on for 3 years. So I think the question, and with no end in sight at this point, without this intervention by President Trump. So I think the question is, is the fundamental question really is not how long. I think the question is, are we actually moving towards a ceasefire or is this a delay tactic? I'm not going to answer that because I can't characterize that for you right now. I think we'll know sooner rather than later. And a lot of that will be based on the conversation Ambassador Woodcock had yesterday and other factors that are in play. But we're not there yet, but we will get there. The president wanted it to be yesterday and the day before. But we're certainly at least talking about peace for the first time in 3 years. Now we'll have to figure out how close we truly are. And that's going to take some time. And Woodcock's not here yet. So we have a meeting stateside.
Mr. Secretary, the joint statement says that there's a need for robust and credible security arrangements for Ukraine. How would you define that based on your conversations here at the G7? What are robust and credible security arrangements?
Well, that's to be determined by the negotiations. So here's what I want to encourage everybody to do. Bifurcate two things, okay? The ceasefire and the conditions for everybody to stop shooting at each other. What will it take to get everybody to stop shooting at each other? And then moving to a negotiating table on settling the war with finality. Two separate processes. Process number one is, what do we need from both sides in order to stop the shooting and the fighting? So that you can get to a negotiating table. That's the second phase. As part of that second phase, there will obviously, every country in the world has a right to security, has a right to defend itself, has a right to protect its territory. That will have to be part of that conversation. And it will have to be something that involves not simply the views of the United States, but other countries that are involved in it. I've repeated this over and over again. The European Union has imposed significant sanctions on the Russian Federation and on individuals inside of Russia. So they will have to be consulted and they'll have to be engaged in this process and so forth. So let's not predetermine or start putting everything ahead of itself here. The process of what long-term security means for Ukraine, that will be something that Ukraine will obviously have to agree with, and that will have to be worked through as part of that second phase. But we can't get to the second phase till we get through the first phase. We think it's very difficult to negotiate lasting peace and security in the midst of a all-out war. And so we have to try to lower that so that it makes it possible to move to phase two of this.
Secretary, the statement that you issued a little while ago also notes that the G7 discussed ways to impose costs on Russia should that become necessary, to include caps on oil prices, additional support for Ukraine using seized sovereign Russian assets. Was there, but it said it discussed them, you didn't agree on them. Is there any agreement within the G7 on these particular measures, just what they should be in what order and what might trigger them? And why did you discuss them if you're so cautiously optimistic?
Well, first of all, there were raised because the Europeans have their own set of sanctions, the new ones they would like to impose. And certainly the United States is not a member of the EU. We don't have a vote at the EU. And so whatever they determine and decide to do, we can't control it. They ask us for our input, we'll give it to them, but that's not what's happening right now. So yes, it was discussed. As far as U.S. sanctions are concerned, the president's made clear, the president on 2 occasions in the past week has reminded everybody that the U.S. has these options available to it, but he doesn't want to do that right now because he's in the hopes of attracting people, both sides, to a process where we can negotiate peace. And I'll leave it at that. There really is nothing to add to that at this point. Go ahead. Hold on one second. Yes.
Reaffirms unwavering support for Ukraine's territorial integrity, which has been largely absent in various U.S. statements since January 20th. What led you to subscribe to this time?
But that's not a change in public policy. The United States has never said that Russia, I've never heard President Trump say that Russia has a right to take all of Ukraine and do whatever they want there. So that's not inconsistent with that statement. That is separate from the issue we face today. And that is that as it stands today, there is a war going on that has no military solution to it. Neither Russia nor Ukraine can achieve its maximalist military aims. The only way to end this war is through a process of negotiations. Negotiations, be it in business, in commerce, or in geopolitics, involves both sides giving something, both sides making concessions. That's just obvious. I'm not saying, I don't think that should be sort of a news-making statement. That's the reality of any conversations that exist in order to end wars, is that there has to be some level of concession. What those concessions are remains to be seen. That'll have to be part of the negotiation. But it's not going to be helpful to enter into those negotiations making blanket statements that may give an excuse for one side or the other not to participate in it. So we'll have to get to that stage where these things are discussed. And ultimately, both sides, whatever happens, both sides will have to agree to it. And that's true of any negotiation when you're trying to end a war.
Mr. Secretary, I understand your point about it's not a reality show with personalities, Ukraine or anything else for that matter. Your boss has, shall we say, a rather strong personality. And I'm wondering, in light of that and his repeated comments about Canada becoming, or should be, the 51st state, the whole tariff situation, which intensified as we were on our way here after your big announcement in Jeddah. Did that complicate your discussions at all? Was it?
I mean, obviously, with the foreign minister of Canada, it has, but it was not a topic. It was not on our agenda. I told you that would not be discussed. Tariffs were. Yeah. So let me explain on the tariffs. This is important for everybody to understand. This keeps being characterized as a hostile move against our allies. These are global tariffs on steel, on aluminum, on autos, on semiconductors. Eventually, the president stated this, and then in April, the intention to put tariffs, assuming that the study comes back and so forth. But what they've discussed is a global reciprocal tariff. Understand what that means. That means basically whatever some country charges us, that's what we're going to charge them. The goal the president has made very clear is he wants to reset the baseline of international trade, which he believes, and I agree, is unfair to the United States. This is not meant as a hostile move against Japan or Germany or anybody else. This is about balancing and fairness in trade. But he wants to reset the baseline, and once that baseline is reset, then you can enter into bilateral negotiations with individual countries about changes that can be made to our trade, our bilateral trade, so that it's fair for both sides. That's his goal. In his first administration, the president did tariffs as well. What he was disturbed by in hindsight is the fact that they included a bunch of exemptions that basically made them meaningless. And so what he wants to get back to is basically fairness in trade. It's as simple as that. Okay. We want to charge other countries what they charge us. And then ultimately, once the baseline is reset, and then in addition to that, there are industries that are critical to the United States.
And what that does is it's starting to chip away at this labor arbitrage that the transnational capitalists love to play. All right. Now, how can an American worker compete with workers in a different country that, because of their whole economic situation, they can do the job for 25% of the cost? Meanwhile, no worker in the United States could do that because they couldn't pay for housing or for groceries, all right, or to raise their children. You got to stop this labor arbitrage. You have to. If you don't, you're decimating the family creation in the United States.
domestic security, and our future. And he's identified them: steel, aluminum.
Yes, I think it's 1798, if I can follow up, Mr. Secretary. I know that we're not speaking about Canada becoming the 51st state at this meeting, but I'm asking you now, do you consider what the president has said about Canada becoming the 51st state? Is he serious?
You know, I'll tell you how that came about, okay? He's in a meeting with Trudeau, and Trudeau basically says that if the US imposes tariffs on Canada, Canada couldn't survive as a nation state, at which point the president said, well, then you should become a state. And that's where this began. That said, the president has made an argument for why. He says he loves Canada. He says he made an argument for why Canada would be better off joining the United States from an economic perspective and the like.
If if Canada can't survive without us shipping jobs over there and then charging us a high tariff fee for goods that we send to them, then they're a defunct country. So why not buy Canada then? Because if they were a state, we would be paying less. And they would get more, security, they would be integrated into our federal system. They would be American, right? You know, and I would say being an American is probably better than being Canadian. You know, being from the United States than to be from Canada. So it just makes more sense. If they need us to subsidize their country, then the Commonwealth of Canada should be from the United States. For sure.
Not in the national interest of the United States for them to be here. Let's wrap up, guys, so we can get on.
The G7's joint statement has some very strong language on China. Could you please describe the sentiment of the discussion behind closed door? And also, do you have anything on a potential meeting between President Trump and CCP Secretary General Xi Jinping? Would that be in China or in the United States?
Well, I think the president at some point will meet. They will meet. I don't know when that'll be. I don't believe there are any plans currently for that to happen, but I'm sure it will happen at some point. The president engaged with him in his first term, and I expect he will do so again, and he should. These are the leaders of two big, important, powerful countries, and the leaders of powerful countries, whether they agree on things or not, should communicate for the safety and well-being of the world. As far as the statement is concerned, I think it reflects a growing acknowledgement that the Chinese Communist Party has pursued both economic and foreign policies that allow them to benefit from all the good things about the global order, but ignore all of its responsibilities in ways that leave us in danger of being, not just us, but the broader world, of being overly dependent on China for critical supply chains, for rare earth minerals, for key technologies. In the case of Europe, you'll continue to hear a lot of frustration on their part that the Chinese overproduction, for example, of electric vehicles are dumped into their economies. And so guess what they have done? They have imposed tariffs. You know what Canada did? They've imposed tariffs on China as well, because that's what countries do when they feel like they're being treated unfairly in trade and commerce. And we support them in doing that. We think that was the right choice in that regard. And we've imposed tariffs on China as well. All right.
Is there an alternative? So, Rubio,
yes, sir.
The U.S. be open to an agreement with Hamas to get American hostages released? From the Israeli hostages, including it on Alexander?
Well, I think our priority always, as the U.S. government, is always that we care about all the hostages. We want all the hostages released. We believe they should all be released. Okay, and that, by the way, we talk about hostages. We're also talking about bodies, and these trades are being made, and they're ridiculous trades. 400 people for 3. These are nuts. And on top of that, you see the condition these people are being released in. This is think about what we're talking about here. I mean, we're sitting around as the world sort of accepting that it's normal and okay for you to go into a place, kidnap babies, kidnap teenagers, kidnap people that have nothing to do with any wars, that are not soldiers, that are not anything, and taking them and putting them in tunnels for almost a year and a half. And we're acting like this is a normal exchange. This is a normal thing that happens. This is an outrage. So they should all be released. So I'm not going to comment on what we're going to accept or not accept, other than all of us. The whole world should continue to say that what Hamas has done is outrageous. It's ridiculous. It's sick. It's disgusting. It should never have happened. And we shouldn't accept it as normal, as a normal negotiation. We're just dealing with some savages. That's it. These are bad people, terrible people. And we need to treat them as such. But that said, we want all the hostages out.
There's an off-ramp for this trade war.
Secretary, there was a report that was required the State Department as one of the first executive orders asking for countries to be identified that had insufficient vetting. Has that report gone over to the White House?
I'm sure you mean we had a deadline to meet that. I'm sure we've met the deadline, but I have to take that back. We can get you an answer for that specifically.
Is there an off-ramp for the trade war, Mr. Secretary?
About what? Territorial integrity. Yeah, so you said that Ukraine has to make concessions to both sides.
So will Russia, right?
What is your description of territorial integrity when it comes to Ukraine?
Guys, again, that's what we're gonna have, let's please, I get it, but let me just put it to you this way. There's two processes here. Process number one is, how can we get shooting to stop? Because we think it's very difficult to negotiate peace while there's still shooting going on and attacks. What can we do to get that to stop to the extent possible? How can we get as much hostility as possible to stop so we can get to phase 2 of this process, which is negotiating this thing that you're asking me about? I'm just stating the obvious. When people sit down and negotiate an end to wars, there's usually a give and take. What that give and take is depends on the parties that are at the table. We're not going to predetermine anything, but that's what's going to take to end the war. If there's an off-ramp on the trade, it's not about an off-ramp on the trade. There's not a trade war. This is the United States is resetting its trade relations globally, okay, and resetting relations globally to a level of equilibrium, to a level of reciprocity. And then once that's reset, we can then engage in the process of bilateral talks with Japan, with the UK, with France, with Germany, with the EU, whoever, to figure out, okay, how do we reset our trade relations so that it's fair? Because right now it's not fair. It's as simple as that. That president has stated that repeatedly. And so these are the steps that it takes to get us to that point. You can't, if you do it the other way, which is let's renegotiate, or why would they renegotiate the trade relationship with the United States if the status quo is beneficial to them? Why would someone give up something that's good for them? You have to make it fair, and then you can negotiate out, how do we get to a place that's mutually beneficial? Because the current piece of it is just not sustainable. All right? Thank you, guys.
So that was Secretary Rubio discussing the proposed Ukraine ceasefire deal. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing our live coverage after that.
Okay, so since they're on commercial break, let me do a product plug here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. Very high quality toothpaste, has no fluoride in it, has the structural nano silver. It will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce inflammation at the gum line, improve your gum line. And when you use this regularly, what's going to happen is you're going to reduce the chances of cardiovascular disease and valvular disease due to poor oral hygiene. Now, a lot of people don't realize, and this happens to individuals going into their geriatric years, that poor oral hygiene does cause problems at the cardiovascular level because it's causing inflammation. Small pieces of plaque can cause occlusions that get into the bloodstream, and bacteria that's in your oral cavity can get into your bloodstream and cause problems at the vascular level and also at the valvular level. So when you cause inflammation at the valves, you can get depositing of calcium, causing stenosis. Inflammation of the valve can lead to weakening of the valve that could lead to regurgitation or prolapse. So you don't want that, all right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, improve your oral cavity by getting the best toothpaste that you can buy. All right, that's this that I have in my hand. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste, use discount 5, and you get $5 off. So get a few tubes of toothpaste, get some other products, help improve your health and wellness, and apply this holistic approach with proper supplementation, proper diet, exercise, training your mind, mindfulness, proper sleep. It holistically will help with your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. Now, also, let me talk about a great stack here that will help with your cardiovascular health and cellular processes and help reduce the load on your pancreas. When you get older, no matter how healthy you are, and I'm pretty healthy, All right. No matter how healthy you are, your pancreas does age. All right. Now, what you want to do is try to slow down the aging process of the pancreas. All right. Now, your pancreas does a lot for you. It produces enzymes to break up food. It produces insulin. It produces signals for your gut. Lots of things are happening. All right. With the pancreas. It's a very important organ. If you have a poor health organ like the pancreas, you could die. All right. So use digestive enzyme complex to reduce the load on your pancreas. How digestive enzyme complex works is that you take it and it'll help to break up your carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Reduce the stress on your pancreas, and this will help you to absorb your nutrients with less load, less stress on your pancreas. Okay. It also has bromelain in it, which will help with breaking up clots because it's fibrinolytic. All right. And this has proteases, breaks up proteases that helps to break up glycoproteins, which was really important in 2020. And that's the reason why I said take the digestive enzyme complex. So, but we're past the 2020 era. Taking digestive enzyme complex is really important for your pancreatic health because you want to reduce that load and help to break up the foods and then absorb. Now, if you're an athlete, taking digestive enzyme complex will help you break up your pre or your post-workout fueling. So if you're an athlete, young or old, taking digestive enzyme complex is important to take. But even if you're not an athlete and you're 40 years of age or older, you should be taking digestive enzyme complex every day to reduce the load on your pancreas. So that's one supplement that you should take in this stack. Omega-3 helps with cardiovascular health. It improves your total cholesterol, brings down LDL levels, and increases your HDL levels. It also helps to prevent the red blood cells from oversticking, so it's reducing clot formation. All right. So if you're worried about overclotting, you want to take omega-3. And it also helps to bring down systemic inflammation. That's really important for your cardiovascular health. All right. So please go to my store and get the omega-3 and help with your cardiovascular health. When you lower your LDL levels, you have less LDL to be oxidized, and therefore you have less plaque buildup. Now, the other part of the stack is multivitamin. Multivitamin, this one is easy to digest, and when people get older, they may have digestive problems. So this one is easy to digest. So you can take this even if you're younger, right? But taking a multivitamin every day is very important because the minerals and vitamins in this are cofactors for enzymatic activity. So you have enzymes that do certain processes in your cell, but they have cofactors like vitamins and minerals that attach to the enzyme and change the conformation of the enzyme so it performs properly. If you have low concentration of certain vitamins and minerals, your enzymatic activity is going to be subpar. Therefore, your cellular processes are subpar. So what you want is to have boost up your concentrational levels of multivitamins and minerals to have the cofactors that you need for enzymatic activity for proper cellular processes. So take this multivitamin. All right, you can go to my store and take a look at the profile. It's a good profile. It's a great base for a health protocol, a supplement protocol. So take this multivitamin and add to it. Now, omega-3, multivitamin, omega-3, and digestive enzyme complex is a great stack where you're working on your cardiovascular health, you're working on your pancreatic health, you're helping breaking up your food, and you have the cofactors that you need for enzymatic activity. So this is a great stack. Now you can add to it. You can add this to the core protocol that I have by adding max 35 or max 14, the C60, the turmeric and the ashwagandha and the lignans and the boomer boost all together. And that's a very powerful stack. But if you can't afford that, I get it. I totally understand. I understand people having problems financially, but they want to stay healthy. That's why I'm showing you how to stack these differently to get the max benefit on what you can afford. All right. Now, Now, if you do everything I do, you're going to get the max benefit, but not everybody can afford that, and I get that. So take this stack, you get a lot of benefits from it, but you would get more benefits if you add to this stack. But again, it's also about proper diet and exercise, proper sleep, yada, 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 all right? It's not just supplementation. It's a holistic approach, all right? Now, I have discounted my boxes, anti-aging boxes and longevity boxes that target different systems, and you can apply discount 5 on top of that, all right? So the anti-aging boxes and the longevity boxes on my store, they are cheaper compared to purchasing the individual products separately, all right? And you can apply that discount 5. So I've done many ways to try to show you how to stack these things and to put it into price points that are affordable for you. Get healthy in 2025. You can do it if you follow my lead. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin, the omega-3, and the digestive enzyme. This is a great stack for you for your cardiovascular health, to help with breaking down your food and reduce the load on your pancreas and having the proper enzymatic activity. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description. All right, with that, I want to go to Times Radio. This was published a little bit more than 5 hours ago. This is talking about Trump rounds on Putin threatening sanctions if ceasefire is not agreed. So let's see their perspective on this.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold over 2.9.
Hello and welcome to another Frontline Recap. We'll be looking at the major events in the week around Russia and the war in Ukraine, and discussing some of the things that the Times Radio Frontline experts have brought out this week. Now, I'll caveat everything. Things are changing so fast. So some of the things that I may say may change in the next few hours, depending on what comes out of the White House or out of Moscow or out of elsewhere, because I have never come across a geopolitical situation that is changing very quickly indeed. But the first thing I want to start with is Donald Trump talking about the negotiations that happened between his team and President Zelensky's team in Saudi Arabia.
We had a great success yesterday. We have a full ceasefire if it kicks in, but we have to see. It's up to Russia now. But we've had a good relationship with both parties, actually, and we'll see. We'll be knowing people are going to Russia right now as we speak, and hopefully we can get a ceasefire from Russia. And if we do, I think that would be 80% of the way to getting this horrible bloodbath finished. It's a bloodbath is taking place over there.
And Trump saying he saw it as a great success, and it was a great success because it seemed to undo all the issues that have been caused by the ambush of Zelensky by J.D. Vance in the Oval Office only a few short days beforehand. So Trump emphasized that he had a good relationship with both parties, and he was expecting Russia to acquiesce to some of the peace deals that were in. But then Trump turned around and there's a question comes off camera. How do you know that President Putin will keep the ceasefire considering he's broken them in the past? And this is what Donald Trump has to say.
We haven't spoken to him yet with substance, because we just found out and we just were able to get Ukraine to agree. So we're going to know very soon. I've gotten some positive messages, but a positive message means nothing. This is a very serious situation. This is a situation that could lead to World War III. And Biden should have never let it happen.
So I think Donald Trump fully expected that whenever his team gets into Moscow and sits down and negotiate with Putin's team, that there will be a positive outcome. When we're recording this, which is Thursday afternoon, his team has just arrived in Moscow and negotiations will be starting. So the outcome of those may be in the public domain before you've actually seen this. I haven't seen it yet. That's in the future. And as an intelligence officer, my crystal ball gazing may be good, but not quite that good. The next comment from a media-full journalist asking off camera, is there anything you can do in the way of pressurizing Russia or sending sanctions that way? Donald Trump had this to say.
I hope it's not going to be necessary. Sure, we can pressure. We can do that with Russia. Remember this, Russia took Georgia from Bush, right? They took Crimea from a man named Obama, Barack Hussein Obama, right? They're trying to take the whole thing from Biden. They're going for the whole ball of wax. Who was the only one that never took anything from Trump? Difficult party. You were here a week ago when some interesting, there are things you could do that wouldn't be pleasant in a financial sense. I can do things financially that would be very bad for Russia. I don't want to do that because I want to get peace. I want to see peace, and we'll see. But in a financial sense, yeah, we could do things very bad for Russia. It would be devastating for Russia, but I don't want to do that because I want to see peace. And we're getting close to maybe getting something done. We've got Ukraine done, and as you know, I've always said that Ukraine might have been the more difficult party. You were here a week ago when some interesting things happened. I had somebody that didn't seem to want peace. Now he's agreed to peace. So we'll see what happens.
And of course, in what he's saying, he took a swipe at all of his predecessors, which Donald Trump seems to do at every occasion, but then suggests that he doesn't want to take sanctions. He's sending a clear message to Vladimir Putin: either cooperate or I want you to cooperate, or there's things that we can do. And he's brought that out in further statements. And again, with the Irish Prime Minister, or the Taoiseach, Michael Martin, and Trump in the Oval Office with the media, Donald Trump went on to say what it was that he could do. And in that, he emphasized the fact that he could make things financially very bad for Russia. And actually, that's the way to hit Russia hard. There's a lot of sanctions on Russia at the moment, but actually the Russian shadow fleet is still transporting oil around the world. That oil is not going directly into the EU, it's going to China, going to India, going to other third-party countries who are refining it into diesel and petrol and other products. And those countries are then selling it into the EU, into the UK and elsewhere. So the Russian oil trade is still taking over and financing an awful lot of what Russia can do. The price of oil coming down, and Donald Trump did talk about the price of oil getting down to $65 a barrel. If that comes right down, then that will undermine Russia's ability to continue to finance its conflict. I don't think there's any accident that the negotiations between Trump and Zelensky's team happened in Saudi Arabia. That oil link is critical. The economic link is critical. Okay, and the next bit is we see Vladimir Putin for the first time during his special military operation or full-scale invasion of Ukraine in combat gear. And this time he goes allegedly into the Kursk region. And Putin, by going in combat gear into the Kursk region, is turning around and emphasizing just how important that is to him. And the fact that the Russians have taken a big chunk of the Kursk region back after the delivery of US derived intelligence has blinded the Ukrainians partially, shows that Putin is sending a very clear statement that he has got the initiative, and that will set the conditions for his negotiating position with the American team that have just landed in Moscow as we're recording this. Okay, we've got two videos from mine today that I recommend that you watch both of them. The first one I urge you to watch is from Yuri Felshtinsky, and Yuri talks about the geopolitics coming out of Russia from Putin's perspective, how he's dealing with Washington, how he's dealing with the EU, how he's trying to manipulate things and will try and delay everything so that he can set better conditions for any final settlement.
Russia is not interested to stop the war. Russia is interested in taking Ukraine. But what's important to understand that Russia actually, from the military point of view, Russia failed. They tried to take Ukraine in 2014. They could not. They have to stop in 2015 and wait for some years. They tried to take Ukraine in a kind of blitzkrieg in 22 when Russian troops moved into the direction of Kiev from Belarus, and they failed. And for 3 years now, they actually, they are progressing in terms of taking control of territories, but this it is so slow, and they are losing so much, so many people that militarily they are not able to take Ukraine. That's why they're trying to take it with the help of Trump through capitulation of Ukraine. But if capitulation would not take place, if Ukraine would not agree to surrender, then I think Putin has actually, as Trump will say, no cards in his pockets anymore. I mean, that's all he could do. He cannot win this war from the military point of view. He could continue to rule in Ukraine with certain speed, but again, the speed is very, very slow. His only hope, and his last hope, is to use Trump to force Ukraine to capitulate. I think he failed. I think they failed, Putin and Trump, because the idea was that as soon as Trump announces that American assistance is stopped, everybody would become, will start to panic, and Europe will start to force Ukraine to agree with Trump's plan, or Putin's plan. But this did not happen. I think this didn't happen. Europe basically realized, I think, what the plan is. Europe understands that Putin is not going to stop in Ukraine. I think this is understood in Britain, this is understood in France, and this is understood in Germany, and this is definitely understood in countries like Poland and the Baltic states and Finland. So Europe has no choice. Europe has to have Ukraine to win this war.
And can Europe, without US support, provide a deterrent to Russia? Does Putin care about Europe if there is no US backstop?
Well, economically speaking, Europe is much stronger than Russia. In terms of population, Europe is much bigger than Russia. So we do understand, of course, that Russia is ready to send people to die, and Russia is ready to kill, and Europe prefer not to do this. But it's not that Europe is not strong enough. It's a political decision, and it's an understanding of the problem. I think the major problem which we had for the last 3 years, when both Biden administration and Europe was hoping that somehow this war will die itself. The approach basically was that you help Ukraine, but you give them as much weapons as they would need, to hold the front. But the idea was that Ukraine should not win this war, and Russia should not lose this war, for two reasons. One, because Russia is a nuclear power, and who knows, maybe if they are losing this war, they would escalate this war into nuclear. And second, well, actually, Russia is a big country, and if it's, if it's going to be ruined the way it was ruined in 91, and instead of Russia we will have several states, then we will have several problems instead of one problem. I think that it's the first point about nuclear confrontation, has certain weight. The second one, of course, is not. But that's why for 3 years Ukraine was not getting what is needed. And what is more important, Ukraine actually was not allowed to use Western weapons for the strikes against Russian territory. Ukraine had the right to use these weapons only for the strike against Ukrainian occupied territories, but not against the Russian Federation. It's only at the very end of the Biden administration, finally the permission was given to strike against the Russian Federation territory, right? But this was too late, of course, and I think that's what's important. What is important for Europe to give Ukraine everything Ukraine needs. Ukrainian army, by the way, from military point of view, is doing absolutely great. absolutely great. No one actually expected this from Ukrainians. They're holding this aggression for 3 years and they're doing great. But they need equipment and they need permission to do what they want to do. I think if this is given, the situation will be changed very quickly for better.
His understanding of Putin and from Russia, from the Russian perspective and from the Putin psychology perspective is fantastic. I can't do it justice by talking about it, so I urge you very strongly to watch it. Our second video is from Kurt Volker, who was Trump's representative in his first administration.
Before we go to Kurt Walker, I think it was, and continue on with Times Radio, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the nattokinase. This is fibrinolytic, so it's going to break up clots. It's going to also help with your total lipid profile. It's going to help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That's really important for your cardiovascular health. Lowering your LDL levels means you're reducing the chances of oxidized LDL that will build up plaque. So that's important. So taking nattokinase separately is a great way to get healthy, but it stacks really well with K2 and D3. All right. Now K2 and D3, they're dual purpose. All right. Let me explain why. So D3 is a separate supplement. It's going to help you to soak up, absorb calcium. All right. Also, D3 helps with gene expression. Really important for your cells. And cells that are infected that need to go into apoptosis, to help cells to go into that apoptosis, D3 is needed. All right. A lot of times when a cell is infected, the whole innate immune system gets shut down and it doesn't go into apoptosis. You override that by taking D3. Now, that's the reason why D3 was so important in taking during the 2020 crisis. Now, vitamin D3 also can help with cardiovascular health by reducing the plaque, reducing the calcium depositing around plaque. All right. A lot of people don't realize that once your LDL is oxidized and is eaten up by macrophages within the media of your blood vessel, it turns into a foam cell, and that foam cell is plaque. It's what we would call plaque. All right. So that plaque also has within it and around it calcium deposits. Well, you can kind of slowly pull that calcium depositing out over time by taking the D3 and the K2 together, right? But by taking D3 and K2 together, you're also reducing the chance of further calcium depositing, right? That's really important for your cardiovascular health. So taking the D3 and the K2 together, this is the K2 MK7 molecule, taking these together will help with cardiovascular health. And then stacking it with the nattokinase to break up the clots because it's fibrinolytic and to help to bring down the LDL levels, that's really important, all right, to help with cardiovascular health. Now, the dual purpose with the D3 and the K2 is also if you take calcium supplements or drink milk and you're doing resistance training, you are strengthening your bones, all right, because the D3 and the K2 will help to absorb that calcium. You're sending the growth signal with the resistance training and those vibration exercises I told you about, especially with the legs where you just lift, do like calf lifts. You're strengthening the calf muscle, but you're also sending a vibration signal up through the leg, and that vibration signal actually helps to stimulate the osteoblasts that will deposit in the bone, all right? So doing like jump roping or jumping jacks, doing some running, doing resistance training, these are all really important to actually build bone density, right? But you need to take the D3 and the K2 and take supplementation of calcium or drink milk where you are getting everything that you need for those osteoblasts to deposit new bone matrix. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the D3, the K2, and the nattokinase together, and it's a dual purpose stack. You're helping your cardiovascular system and your bone density, especially when you're doing those resistance training and those, and exercises that cause a vibration in your bones. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work. All these videos that I do are for free. And these great supplements that I have, you stack them the way I'm telling you to. This is what I do. You're going to really improve your health. And I'm telling you exactly how to target. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Again, has been doing the rounds on different press outlets across the UK. He understands Trump.
I don't see Vladimir Putin ever giving up on his absolutist demands to eliminate Ukraine as a sovereign, independent state, eliminate Ukrainian national identity, to remove Zelensky and impose his own government in Ukraine. I don't see him giving up on any of that. So I think the likelihood of an actual agreement with Russia is very low. What I do see is possibility you could move from a tenuous ceasefire to a more stable ceasefire, and one where you continue to have differences, but they're not being resolved on the battlefield.
But if Vladimir Putin is not prepared to ultimately give up on his maximalist demands, what response, if any, do you think we will see from the US? Would they at that point be prepared to say, we will row in even more fully behind Ukraine?
I think what you're likely to see is the emergence of a deterrent capability that's combined security assurances from Europe, support for training and equipping of Ukrainians, so that continues, including from European allies. Perhaps a European force presence in Ukraine as a deterrent capability, and also assisting with development of Ukraine's own armed forces. Those sorts of, and backup from the United States, which I think will be important to the Europeans. I think those things are possible to create a deterrent. It would be great if there was actually an agreement. But given what we know about Vladimir Putin, I think that's unlikely. I think we end up more in an East Germany, West Germany type situation, where we have a long-term disagreement, but there's no fighting.
You mentioned backup from the United States. I mean, Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, has been talking about this idea of a US backstop, so that potentially you have European peacekeeping troops, probably British and French peacekeeping troops on the ground in Ukraine, but the US providing, whether it's air cover, whether it's some final security guarantee that if Putin were to invade and threaten those peacekeeping troops, that the US would intervene then. Clearly, that's what the Europeans would like. But can you really see Trump agreeing to that?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of pieces here. We should break them down a little bit. There's what people have referred to as backbone, and there's what people have referred to as backstop. And backbone being enablers, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, maybe some logistical capability to transport things through. Those sort of enablers as a backbone, that seems to me quite doable in a normal scenario where Europe deploys some forces to Ukraine but needs a bit of assistance. Then you have backup, which could be in extremis support for European forces. And this is premised on the idea that there's a ceasefire that is not being violated. And only if Russia were to violate that ceasefire and be attacking the European forces, then the US would in extremis help them out. That also seems to me to be doable. But to get there, what President Trump has insisted on is the Europeans have to put their cards on the table. They have to say what they're prepared to do. He's not going to put US forces on the table up front, because that always has the effect of then Europe working around that. And he wants Europe to actually take a lead.
And I think most analysts would certainly agree that Europe for too long has essentially been, they've been free riders off the back of American defense spending and sheltering under the American security umbrella in Europe. And it's absolutely right that the Europeans pay their own way when it comes to defense. The problem is, despite the positive mood music from Friedrich Merz in terms of increasing German defense spending as a percentage of GDP, the British proposing much the same, and we've seen expansion of Polish and Danish defense spending, the impact of that is going to take many years, maybe many decades to fully be felt. In the short to medium term, even British and French peacekeeping troops on the ground, it may not be more than a few tens of thousands, and that may not be enough to effectively deter Vladimir Putin. So do you still not need the US there in some way, shape, or form?
Yes, you don't. Remember that you have close to 1 million Ukrainian men at arms, or men and women at arms. And that is the primary deterrent. They will be there along the front lines. European forces would be present, they would be training and equipping, they would be potentially helping with air defense. And I think adding to the Ukrainian capability, but not seeking to replace it or solely deter Putin. And again, this is all premised on a ceasefire. I don't think any Europeans are thinking about putting forces in Ukraine if the war is still actively going on. It is getting to a ceasefire, providing some stabilization of that to deter an outbreak of new fighting.
The messages that are coming out from what he's saying are that Trump actually supports Ukraine. No matter what we've been saying, Trump wants Ukraine on side. He will do everything to try and make sure that Ukraine comes out remaining a sovereign territory, giving the minimal amount away, but to allow Trump to get within his ego some form of settlement within his 100 days. And the pressure we'll start to see coming onto Putin. As we're recording this, Trump's team has just arrived in Moscow. Putin's team has just turned around and said that they want more from a peace settlement. They won't accept European or NATO troops on the ground. They want the whole of the oblasts in the disputed region, not just the areas that they've captured. It'll be interesting to see where this goes. I urge you strongly to watch Kurt and Kurt's video. So thanks for watching this week's recap. The two videos that we've got are definitely worth watching. Anthony.
All right, so we're going to go to another video here, but before we do, let me show you another stack that I haven't showed you before. Take zeolite. It will remove heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. All right, take 2 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. All right. And what that will do is it will bind to the heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, and it'll allow you to urinate it out within 6 to 8 hours. And do that every day. Now, some people prefer to do a heavier detox once or twice a year. And to do that, what you do is you take 5 small drops underneath your tongue and drink the filtered water. All right. And then you do that every day until the bottle is done, and you do that once or twice a year. And then you can go to a maintenance every day of 2 drops or just detox once or twice a year. But it is better to detox every day, all right, as a maintenance, like I said. Now, it is also important that you filter your water and you reduce your exposure to processed foods because it has a lot of chemicals in it. And also, it's important to know that zeolite over time will reduce the heavy, those forever chemicals that are in your body, all right, like PFAS and PFAS. All right, so what you want to do is take zeolite every day. All right, but you want to also reduce your exposure at home. Make sure your water's filtered. Make sure you reduce your exposure to processed foods, and your cleaning supplies or paints that are in your home. Try to get rid of them if you can, but if you have to have them in your garage or your basement or your closets or your cupboards, try to have them in a layered system where it's not degassing where you're breathing them in, because these chemicals are bothering your endocrine system and your immune system. They're immune system and endocrine disruptors. So you want to reduce that exposure, all right? But you also want to detoxify your body by using zeolite to bind to those toxins, and then you urinate them out. So please go to my store and get the zeolite, all right? But you can take this separately, but you can stack it with these other 2 supplements like Clarity Factor and Myotrol, and I'll tell you why. All right, so let's start with Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor gets rid of that brain fog. It helps to support your memory. And when your neurons are firing more and you're concentrating at work or in school, or even if you're retired and you're concentrating better, then what's going to happen is you're going to have positive neuroplasticity. So if you are learning new things or you're doing, work activities or school activities, you are improving that memory and you're improving those neural connections, what I call positive neuroplasticity. And when you do that, then you are thinking faster, you're going to have better memory, and you're going to sleep better. All right. Now, it's also important to make sure you detoxify your body and your neurons, right? And get rid of toxins out of your body so you have good neural health. And this is part of the reason why you want to stack it with the zeolite. Okay. So that's a great way to improve the health of your neurons and your memory, and also to be able to focus. Now, if you have very high cognitive work or school, then you want to take it twice a day. Take it in the morning and mid-afternoon. Some people will just take one dose in the mid-afternoon or in the morning, depending. But if you have very high cognitive load activities, then you might want to take Clarity Factor twice a day. All right. But again, this stack right here, the zeolite with the Clarity Factor, is great. You're detoxifying your neurons. You're helping with concentration and supporting memory. So it's dual purpose. It's synergistic, right? You're detoxifying your body and helping the neural health. Now, as you get older, not only do you need to detoxify your body because you have lots of toxins that built up, and you're helping with your memory and concentration, but you also need to help with building up muscle. All right, as you get older, it's going to be harder to build up muscle. So you need to have the proper ingredients, the proper supplementation to be able to activate the gene expression that you need to build more muscle and to maintain muscle and to help with mitochondrial health. Now, Myotrol does that. Myotrol has flavonoids, lignans, and polyphenols that will help with the gene expression to build muscle. So if you do a little bit of resistance training, you take the Myotrol, you're going to build muscle. This stacks really well with also gladiator barley, where it's a high density protein to supercharge and get more muscle mass. But when you get older, it's really important to take Myotrol. Now, if you're an athlete, young or older, taking Myotrol will help with your performance. All right, so Myotrol should be taken by athletes, but also people that are older, 40 plus years of age, and do some resistance training and build muscle. Really important. So a great stack for someone is to make sure you detoxify your body, help with memory and concentration, and help with the gene expression to build muscle. And this is a great stack for someone that is 40 plus years of age. You're helping with your memory, you're detoxifying your body, and you're helping build muscle. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the zeolite, get the Clarity Factor, and get the Myotrol. This is a great new type of stacking that I'm introducing to you to help with your muscles, your concentration and neural health, and detoxifying your body at the same time. Please go to my store, use discount 5, and you get $5 off. All right, with that said, let's go to a new let's see. All right, let's listen from Foreign Policy with Ian Bremmer, 50 Days of Trump.
Do you really want to make your holiday special? Tanzania has got so much to offer. From the famous Serengeti National Park, Ngorongoro Crater, the Great Migration, the Paradise Island of Zanzibar, the highest point of Africa, Mount Kilimanjaro, and outstanding accommodation. I will gladly help you customize your unique Tanzanian adventure. We are 100% specialized in Tanzania. My fellow English-speaking colleagues, as well as myself, we all live here, and we know the destination to your perfect holiday. So request your holiday proposal.
Hello and welcome to FP Live. I'm Ravi Agrawal, Foreign Policy's Editor-in-Chief. News organizations often review a president's first 100 days in office but the rapid-fire pace of the new administration's moves has moved that marker up for us. So today, with Trump having just marked 50 days in office, we take stock. Now, Trump has upended traditional norms. He's undermined US alliances such as NATO. He's fractured America's relationship with Europe. He started a global tariff war. He's threatened taking over Greenland, Gaza, Panama, even Canada. He slashed Washington's bureaucracy and US aid. I could go on, but I won't. You all follow the news and read our stories here at FP. But if this is your first time joining FP Live, welcome. We take some questions from subscribers. If you are not one yet, sign up. Use the code FP Live for a pretty cool discount. You can also listen to our podcast, FP Live, for free, wherever you get your audio. So, what does an America First foreign policy really mean? We've been previously talking about this in the hypothetical. Now we have 50 days of evidence to draw on. My guest today, Ian Bremmer, the world's foremost geopolitical risk expert. He's the president and founder of Eurasia Group, as well as G0 Media. Ian, good to have you back.
Hey, Robbie, good to see you.
So let's start with this. 50 days in, are we beginning to see the contours of a Trump foreign policy doctrine?
Doctrine sounds strong because it implies a level of long-term strategy that's consistent. I don't believe that, but I do think that we have a really good sense of what kinds of things Trump wants to see. He is, of course, in a much stronger position this time around than he was in his first term. He's consolidated much more power around him. He has loyalists in cabinet that will not give him bad news, that will implement on his wishes, his policies, and his whims. You know, some of those people are very good, some of those people are not very capable, but the loyalty is extremely clear. And that's played out over the first 50 days. The responses of a lot of other countries, most of them are get out of the guy's way and let's not have a fight with him. That is particularly true of these weak characters, right? Because what we're seeing is that Trump is transactional when he's dealing with someone that he believes is powerful as an interlocutor. But when he's dealing with someone that's weak, he's predatory. And that's not a win-win. That's I win, I set the rules, and you do exactly what I want, or else there will be hell to pay. And that's the way he feels about the Canadians and the Mexicans, the way he feels about the Panamanians and the Danes. It's sure as hell the way he feels about the Ukrainians. So I think that's playing through. I think we have a pretty good sense of where that's working and where it isn't, where it's causing permanent long-term disruption and where it isn't, and also who the winners are. So I think we have a really good sense of a lot of those things in 50 days. And the reason that 50 days is more appropriate than 100 is because Trump himself recognizes that he does not have a lot of time. He's not running again. He is 78 years old. He was shot in the head a few months ago and almost killed. I mean, for lots of reasons, when he talks to his friends, he talks about the fact that I've got to get this stuff done now. And that does imply a level of urgency and also a willingness to tolerate broken China as a consequence, whether it's a relationship or whether it's a market reaction that he would have been more cautious about in his first term.
What has surprised you the most in these first 50 days?
Elon. The fact that he has largely given up the day-to-day running of his many and large corporations to be the principal driver and activator of Trump's policy. I mean, you knew he'd have influence. You knew he would work to enrich himself on the back of having spent $250 million in picking a winner. But I'm surprised that he has played the principal role in driving disruption inside the Trump administration. I would not have expected that before Trump's election. And I think it's had a pretty significant impact because, of course, you know, Trump's willingness to throw a lot of stuff out there has always been a reality with him. He's got, you know, aspirations to talk about policy in any space at any given moment, irrespective of how well it's thought out. He has he's quite masterful in terms of his political instincts, and he has virtually no filter. But with Elon, he has someone that is willing and capable to implement on those things. And yes, that has alienated and antagonized some in the inner circle around Trump, but no one's as inner circle as Elon is. And I think that's been a surprise. That's been the singular surprise for me. I wouldn't say there've been other big surprises, maybe some small ones, but no big ones.
On foreign policy, you said there are clear winners and losers. Who are the winners? Who are the losers? And also, do you think that's going to stay that way over the next couple of years?
I think in the near term, Trump is going to get a lot of wins because a whole bunch of countries don't want to get into fights with him. You see that already with Mexico. You see that already with Panama. I mean, BlackRock is, buying those two ports away from Hong Kong Chinese control. That's an obvious win for Trump. Biden didn't get that done. In the Middle East, we got a Gaza ceasefire, we got a Hezbollah ceasefire, and Witkoff, the special envoy from Trump, has been heavily involved, even when Biden was still president. That was meaningful, and I don't think would have happened under a Kamala Harris presidency, for example. So he's getting a lot of early wins, but there are going to be significant long-term implications of countries around the world that don't feel like they can count on the United States. So who are the winners and who are the losers? Well, winners are those countries that are really capable of navigating this long term. So, I mean, one set of winners are the countries that actually have good relations with Trump and feel like he's beneficial to them. So I would say the Gulf states in particular, Saudi and the UAE, numbers 1 and 2, also Israel. I'd also put India in that camp, frankly, as a country that, even though they are getting inbound on tariffs from Trump, are seen as one of his guys, right? Because you've got this right-wing populism and quite strong and isn't going anywhere with Modi, and Trump finds that valuable, and they also both have their antagonisms with China. Smaller folks like Viktor Orban in Hungary and Nayib Bukele in El Salvador and Javier Milei in Argentina. Those are all winners in this environment. China's a winner. China is a winner because they can take advantage of the fact that the Americans are withdrawing from multilateral and global architecture. If the Americans aren't trusted by the Europeans will hedge more with the Chinese. If the global South is antagonized by the US, China will be increasing its role with both economic and diplomatic capabilities more aligned with it. If the Americans shut down 87% of USAID, Belt and Road's the only thing happening across the global South. So China's taking a couple hits from the Americans in the bilateral relationship, but long term, I certainly see China as a winner. And for now, Russia is a winner. Russia's a big winner because, of course, Trump is engaging with Vladimir Putin directly, and he's not asking for much so far, and he's giving them some opportunities so far in a way that with the Ukrainians, who are in a much more weak position, much less independent, much more of a supplicant / vassal from Trump's perspective, he's putting the gun much closer to their head. Their unwillingness to play ball just as Trump demands it will have massive consequences for them, where for Putin that's not yet as clear.
All right, that was foreign policy. Let me plug another stack here for you guys, and then we're going to go to the next video. Unfortunately, Live Now is just focused on the St. Patrick's Day Parade. This one's in Philadelphia, but I'm going to find another video. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I really need your help to help support the work I do, all right? Like I said, I go over international policy and affairs, what's going on domestically in the United States, economics and finance. Today's, Sunday, it's not trading right now, but, you learn a lot when we're covering the actual open market in New York on the trading days, but also about scientific endeavors and health and wellness. So I need your help by purchasing the products, making sure you subscribe. And if you can, please donate on my website or be a paid member of Patreon. All my videos are for free. I don't put anything behind a paywall. I don't believe in putting stuff behind paywalls, because I think that if there's information that I want to share with you, you should be able to access it for free. But it's under the idea that the audience helps support the work by donating, by sharing the links, by subscribing and purchasing the products that I offer. And it's a win-win situation. By helping support my work, you're also helping to support your health. Now, you know, this is something that I do, all right, every day. So I'm telling you how to improve your health, all right, and slow down the aging process and have more longevity and more vitality. So just listen, and I tell you exactly why it works. I don't just tell you what to do, but why it works. And it's a holistic approach, all right? So let's take a look at a stack. Now, one stack is to combine a very strong antioxidant with resveratrol. Now let's talk about resveratrol for a second here. Resveratrol will help with useful gene expression. So you're going to have gene expression that will be more of a cell that is younger. A lot of people don't realize that as your cells age, they start to methylate. And when you methylate certain regions of the DNA, it silences genes. Well, you want to slow down that methylation and have more youthful gene expression than older gene expression. Now, it happens a couple ways. Part of it is through methylation, but also resveratrol gets rid of cells that are in senescence. So cells that are in senescence means basically a cell keeps on dividing until the telomere lengths get too short. And then once it gets too short, the cell either dies, goes through apoptosis, or stays there dormant. And when it stays dormant in senescence, then it collects garbage, all right? It collects toxins. And as you age, you start to build up more and more of these cells that have toxins in them, like lipofuscin and all these other problems, all right? So what you want to do is get rid of those cells. So by taking resveratrol, you can get those cells to go into apoptosis, or get rid of the toxins and the cells that are in senescence. And if the tissues have adult stem cells or some sort of regenerative function, like liver, for example, what will happen is there will be a growth factor, that a growth environment, a series of signals that tells the basal layer, the layer that has the adult stem cells, to actually divide and create new cells for that tissue to replace the cell that was in senescence but died off. So resveratrol helps with that. So when the cell, a new cell budding off of the adult stem cell, that cell is now with a longer telomere length. So from a telomere length point of view and a methylation point of view, the cell is younger than the surrounding cells around there that have gone through multiple divisions. So let's say that tissue is 50 years old and you just had a signal for the adult stem cell to create a new cell in that tissue. And that cell is literally potentially 50 years younger compared to the surrounding cells. Now, if you have a lot of these happening and you're regenerating your cells within your tissue, then the average telomere length will increase and your average age of the tissue decreases. That's how resveratrol works, okay? But it takes time, and it's about a holistic approach: proper diet, exercise, supplementation, sleep, right? So resveratrol also helps with mitochondrial health, so your energy levels will go up. So taking resveratrol every day is super important. But to get the max benefits of resveratrol, you want to stack it with something like NAD+, ubiquinol, NAC, C60. Okay, I'll tell you why in a second here. So take resveratrol every day, but stack it. Now, C60 is a very potent antioxidant. You can't buy a more potent antioxidant than C60. There's nothing on the market, nothing, that is stronger than C60. Now, you want to take different types of antioxidants to soak up free radicals through different pathways. But the most potent is C60. Now, C60 is a carbon molecule of 60 carbons. It looks like a soccer ball. The technical term is called a fullerene, or some people call it a buckyball. But the reality is that it's a very strong molecule, very strong. It can't be broken apart. You can't break it. Nothing in the body can break it. So what will happen is that there's electrons that are floating around the surface of the molecule, and it will grab free radicals and neutralize them. All right, and one molecule of C60 compared to one molecule of vitamin C, or even resveratrol, one molecule of C60 is hundreds, almost 1,000 times more potent than a molecule of vitamin C. The reason being is that the C60 recharges, and it can soak up it can neutralize another free radical. All right. With vitamin C, the moment that it absorbs a free radical, that molecule is done. It can't do anything. It can't recharge. And that's the magic of C60. Is that these electron field within the C60 is orbiting, and it can recharge. Okay. So it's called in organic chemistry, it's called mechanism. All right. And the valence electrons are moving around, and they're shimmering all over the surface of the molecule. So C60 is a very potent antioxidant. You take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach, for best absorption. If you work out, take the C60 before your workout. It'll soak up the free radicals that your workout creates, and you will recover quicker. You'll notice that your recovery time from the workout is quicker. Now, take a teaspoon a day. You can take it in avocado oil, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. Now, the reason why it needs to be in oil is that C60 is lipid soluble, and you can't absorb a powdered version of C60. You need it in an oil to be able to absorb it. Okay, so you have to take it in an oil, a high quality oil, and that's what's in here. Okay, so the C60 is suspended in the oil. You take a teaspoon of this every day and just swallow it. I take it in the morning. All right, but the thing is that it's important to take it every day, and it's going to soak up those free radicals. Now, what's going to happen at the cellular level is that it's soaking up those free radicals, and it's boosting up the mitochondrial health of the cell. You have lots of mitochondria in different cells. You actually have lots of mitochondria in your neurons. All right, but by boosting up the health of the mitochondria and reducing the stress of the cell by soaking up those free radicals, your ATP levels are going to go up. That means the cell will have more energy to do its function. That means that the tissue that you're soaking up the free radicals in will perform better. And the tissues make up organs, and your organ system will perform better. Your liver will perform better. Your thyroid will perform better. Your kidney will perform better. All right? And your endocrine system and your immune system will perform better. You'll have more energy. All right? And you're reducing the stress on the cell. When you have lots of free radicals causing stress on the cell goes into like a damage mode, and it has to heal. And if the damage is so bad, it actually goes into irreversible necrosis and dies. But by soaking up the free radicals, you're reducing the damage of the cell and the tissue. People that get older, they build up free radicals faster. So if you can slow down the buildup of free radicals, you're doing less damage to cells and tissue. That means your organ systems are given time to heal. That's why it works. Now, again, you stack this, all right? You can take C60 by itself, and you're going to get great benefits. You're going to soak up free radicals, boost up your ATP levels, maintain better mitochondrial health. Your memory will improve because the mitochondria in the neurons will improve. You're going to shoot off neurotransmitters. It's going to create neurotransmitters. It's going to help with neuroplasticity. It's going to improve that positive neuroplasticity and that linking of different neurons together. You're going to think faster. You're going to have better memory because you're going to have more ATP in those neurons, and the mitochondria is going to be healthier in those neurons. And you're soaking up the free radicals in those neurons to reduce the stress. So when you get older, you're taking C60, you've actually slowed down the aging process and reduced the damage from free radical buildup. Now, at your vascular level, all right, in your bloodstream, you have free radicals floating around. And if you soak up those free radicals, you're reducing the chances of oxidizing LDL. Oxidized LDL is one of the components to build up plaque in your artery. But if you reduce oxidized LDL by soaking up free radicals, you're reducing plaque formation. All right, so that's how this works at the vascular level. So take C60 every day, take a teaspoon. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. If you buy the higher ounce configuration, it is cheaper per ounce for you. Okay, plus you can use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right, I want these products in your hand because they work. It's something that I use every day. All right, and it's obvious, right? It's obvious, it's axiomatic that it's working. All right, because I'm in my 50s, I don't look 50. And I just told you the reason why. You stack this stuff the way I tell you, you're going to slow down the aging process. If you apply a holistic approach to your life, you're going to slow down aging. All right, there's no magic bullet. But if you apply this holistically and you stack this accordingly, you can get your body to heal, all right, and slow down the aging process and have longevity and have vitality. All right, so C60 is something that you should be taking every day, teaspoon a day. You could stack this again with resveratrol, and by stacking it with resveratrol, you're helping your tissues out. And this is also part of a skincare protocol, where when you take the resveratrol and the C60 together, you're helping the basal layer of your skin and improving the new skin cells that are being formed. All right. And in my skincare box, I also have collagen, vitamin C. You cross-link that with filtered water that will help the dermal layer, and then the structural nanosilver will help with the topical layer. So I just gave you a protocol and an anti-aging box, beginners and advanced box that's on my store at a discount, built-in discount, that will attack the 3 different major layers of your skin. All right, so this C60 coupling with resveratrol is pretty powerful. All right, but you can also couple it, and I'll go over in detail after the next video. You can couple it with NAD plus boosters, NAC, and ubiquinol, and I'll explain why once we get through another video here. But the reality of the situation is taking C60 every day is part of a great way to get healthy and to soak up those free radicals and slow down the aging process. Another benefit that people start to notice is that they're less fatigued. That's because they have more energy. Not only that, their immune system is better, so they're being able to fight the attack on the body, and also their endocrine system starts to perform better. Your memory is better. And what I noticed after 2 months of taking C60, I didn't have to wear glasses. I started wearing glasses when I was 20 years old, when I was in CAD, computer aided design, and I'm farsighted with astigmatism. I was wearing glasses every year since I was 20 years old. All right, and after taking C60 for 2 months, I didn't have to wear glasses. There was an improvement of my eyes. So you will notice that over time, other improvements to your bodily systems will improve, all right, depending on what issue you have. But like I said, if you don't believe it, you don't have to believe me. I don't care if you believe me. All you got to do is purchase the C60 and just do it for 1 year and document every day or every week how it's improving your body. And you'll notice when you look at your notes for 1 year that there is a healing that's taking place because it's soaking up the free radicals that's doing damage to your body. And when you're soaking up the damage, you're soaking up the cause of the damage, your body is now in a mode where it can heal itself. And over time it's healing and you're performing better and you're slowing down the aging process. You'll notice in 1 year, the people that you know that are the same age, same lifestyle, taking C60 versus not taking C60, you will see a noticeable difference in a year. A noticeable difference in your hair health, in your nail health, your skin health, the energy levels. You will look younger, but you got to just do it. So document it and then, write it in a journal and, follow this protocol and let your body heal. Now, some people go, well, I'll just take C60 and then I'll eat really unhealthy. Wrong. What you want to do is a holistic approach. Take the C60, soak up those free radicals, filter your water, eat healthier, exercise. That's cardio, that's resistance training, that's balancing exercises, that's stretching. All four are important. Proper sleep, mindfulness, needs some prayer or spirituality or meditation. That's important. Learning new things. That also helps stimulate the brain. You don't want to just keep on regurgitating the same knowledge. You want to learn, get out of your comfort zone. And when you do that, you're creating growth signals for your brain and for your body. All right, it's a holistic approach. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60, stack it with the different supplements that I mentioned, but a great stack, great idea for a stack is C60 and the resveratrol. So please go to my store, use the discount 5 and get $5 off. Okay, with that said, I think let's go to France 24. They might be talking about the Pope's health here.
Now the EU Commission has presented what it calls a simplification shock, essentially removing red tape to stimulate investment.
No,
the Commission points out that
they're not talking about the Pope here. So let's find out what's going on with the Pope, because my understanding is his health is declining even further here. All right, this was 3 hours ago by Pix11. I believe this is local news from New York. I don't watch Pix11.
All right, Catholics around the world are keeping a close eye on the health of Pope Francis. He's now been in the hospital for more than 3 weeks.
Now, meanwhile, church leaders have embarked on spiritual exercises for this season of Lent. And this morning, we're joined in the studio by Cardinal Timothy Dolan to update us on both the situation with the Pope and the church's theme for this Lenten season. So good morning to you.
How are you, Hazel? Just
Wonderful.
appreciating the invitation. I'm trying to smile even though it's Lent. You know it's Lent when I'm drinking water.
Keep me honest.
What is the theme for this season of Lent?
Well, it's always the same. So we've been doing Lent since the beginning. It's in honor of the 40 days that Jesus spent in the desert, the 40 years that the people of Israel journeyed, liberated by Yahweh from slavery in Egypt to freedom in Israel. And the themes are always the same for Lent. There's a trifecta. You ready? Prayer, penance, charity. We need all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Deeper prayer, all right? Acts of penance, mortification, self-denial. That's what most people think about, the giving up, but also the charity, because if that prayer and that penance doesn't lead to acts of love and service and care of others, well, then it's kind of empty and hypocritical. So we need all three. And I'm proud of Catholics. We had close to 50. Can you believe it? Close to 50,000 people go through St. Patrick's on Ash Wednesday to be signed with ashes to begin the 40 days of Lent. And it all leads, Hazel and Justin, what's the goal here? The goal is Good Friday and Easter. So Lent, you get it here, you're getting a theme. Lent is sort of us kind of voluntarily putting ourselves on the cross with Christ so that we could rise to new life with him at Easter. It's kind of special this year because Lent happens to coincide with our Islamic neighbors celebrating Ramadan. And this year, Passover for our Jewish friends is going to begin as Holy Week begins. So things gel together. And by the way, this year, it's always an embarrassment that Christians can't celebrate Easter on the same day. The Orthodox Christians, usually they go by a different calendar. This year, providentially, the Easter's the same for both the West and the East, the Catholics and the Orthodox. So things are looking up. At least we got some good news, right?
Yeah, but it's so great because it's so important to be talking about unity right now.
You're telling me a lot of division, right? A lot of division. So, and unity only comes from the Lord. You know, if we obey that first of the 10 commandments, He's the one true God. We worship Him and Him alone. Everything falls into place. And that's what Lent's about.
You mentioned the 40 days sacrifice.
Yes.
You're going through. Many also wondering, what are you perhaps giving up for Lent?
Well, I'm not supposed to say.
Oh, okay.
See, now, because this is interesting. You're not supposed to brag about it. So Jesus says, and we read it on Ash Wednesday, He says, hey, don't blow a trumpet and let people know, see your acts of charity. Don't brag about praying. And don't let your right hand know what your left hand is doing when it comes to what you're giving up. So none of your business.
I'm asking for the people.
I appreciate the presumption that I am doing some self-denial. Actually, one act of self-denial that I do during Lent is I go on more news interviews.
Wow. Talk about penance, yeah.
Thank goodness for that. We also wanted to ask you while you're here, have you had an opportunity to speak to speak with the folks about Pope Francis and how he's doing?
Yes, I talk a lot about people I know over in Rome. To be honest with you, I get most of my news from you guys. Thanks for keeping us posted, because we don't get any special bulletins or anything.
Okay.
We would get somber bulletins when a pope passes. But as far as his health, but I do keep in touch. I've sent many notes to the Holy Father saying, hey, the people of God in New York are sure praying with and for you. But it's good news, isn't it? It's good news, and that there seems to be some stability. Boy, 3 weeks ago, we were really worried. Right?
Yeah.
But now there seems to be some stability. There seems to be that he's resting comfortably. He's gradually resuming his duties. Did you notice? You guys reported it. Thank you. You used the word spiritual exercises. Traditionally, Justin and Hazel, the first full week of Lent, and that's now. Okay, the first full week. We started last Wednesday, but this is the first full week of Lent. The Holy Father and all the cardinals who have the Curia, which is like his central administration, they go on retreat. The Italians call it esercizi spirituali, the spiritual exercises. So you used the right word this morning, where they would have a number of conferences every day. They would try to pray a bit more intensely. And the good news is, even though the Holy Father can't be there for the conferences and the sermons, uniting with his brethren on the spiritual exercises, he is listening on Zoom, and he is united with them in prayer. So that's sort of it. And when you think about it, just to be on the bed of sickness is kind of Lent, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. If we try to unite ourselves with the passion of our Lord on the cross, the sick and the fragile have a particular solidarity with our Lord in his suffering, and certainly Pope Francis does.
Yeah, you know him well, obviously.
I mean,
enough.
It's not like we're all on speed to speak. But no, I love him, and I was remember now this week, March 13th.
It's my birthday, by the way.
Oh,
March 13th. Just saying.
You're not Friday the 13th.
No.
But remember March 13th, 2015. Was it 2013? He was elected Pope.
Oh,
you remember? I was there. You bet I remember.
Yeah.
Remember, I was in the movie.
That was the other question we had to ask you. Your reviews on Conclave.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I did it. All right. So I haven't seen it. I didn't read the book, but it's. I hear negative and positive about it. So I'm always fascinated that people are fascinated with this. It's kind of one of those epic dramas, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It's filled with ritual and expectation, and I guess that's a good thing.
Before we let you go, we did talk about divisiveness. What would be your message to people right now? We're going through so much on so many different levels.
Thank you, Hazel. We are. And here's the thing. This is pretty simple, folks. But when you get down to it, the simpler the better. Do we all believe God is our Father? I think we do. I think we do. That's, I mean, even I was reading yesterday about the latest Pew research that 96% of people say, yeah, we believe in God. We believe that God is our Father. Okay, that's not some empty slogan. That means, guess what? We are all His children, and we are all brothers and sisters. We also believe that He created us in His image and likeness. That means we treat ourselves and others with immense dignity and respect. If we can get back to that, and Lent is kind of that recalling of essentials and the basics, I think some of the divisiveness will, we might not agree with what people are saying. We would try to respect them. And we don't see that respect as much anymore, that civility, do we? And that's what I think. If we believe God's our Father, we are His children, made in His image and likeness. We treat ourselves and others as with dignity and respect. Boy, things begin to settle down. Things begin to get back on track.
Well, thank you so much.
Way to go. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
I hope, you're going to have cake? And
We're gonna work it out.
Invite me back, will you?
Okay.
Those bagels just didn't do it, all right?
Oh, and thank you also for stopping by today. Welcome anytime. Also on the party day.
Thank you. Now, does she only wear red?
Okay. Let's find another video. So it looks like the Pope is doing a little bit better, but he's older. He's in his 80s. And usually when patients start having bilateral pneumonia, kidney failure or acute kidney failure, weight gain like he has, lots of inflammation. He was hospitalized for, a bit. They usually, what happens is that, especially if you can help with the oxygenization levels, which he had a problem with, but it did come back. What will happen is that there's a little bit of a recovery, but when you look at the averages throughout the weeks, it's actually still a downward trend. All right, so the best way to imagine this is this. On the x-axis time, and on the y-axis health. All right, and what will happen is it'll undulate, but it's a downward trend, oscillation. So right now he's in an upward trend day to day. But when you look at this average, when we take this out a few weeks, he's actually going to crash again. And it's going to be harder to stabilize. They might be able to stabilize the next crash, but it's going to be harder each time. And eventually he'll pass. Now, I thought that he would pass around March 3rd, but he didn't, obviously, because we're doing this live stream on the 16th. So he's lasted longer than I thought. But I don't think he has much time left. I mean, he's going to die this year. The question is, will he die before, Easter or, Passover? I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if he dies before. But that's the problem with these geriatrics where, you stabilize them, but yes, they're recovering, but they're not going to recover to baseline. It's always oscillating down and down and down. So we'll see what happens, but that's my take on this. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get NAC. This is a great supplement, all right? The reason why I added it to my personal stack, all right, and then eventually added it to the store, to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, is that I was researching what other anti-aging gurus were doing. And they were getting positive results with taking NAC. And there was a few reasons for this. NAC helps to boost up glutathione levels. Glutathione is an antioxidant. It's extremely important for your liver to detoxify. So boosting up your glutathione levels is another way to soak up free radicals. This is synergistic with C60, all right? Because by taking C60, very strong, very potent antioxidant, more potent than NAC, all right? But if you're soaking up free radicals through different mechanisms, different pathways, different vectors, it's going to just help with your body soaking up those free radicals. So take NAC to help soak up those free radicals through the glutathione pathway. In addition, if you drink alcohol, NAC will actually neutralize some of the effects and help you to recover from that alcohol. All right, because what happens is alcohol will bring down your glutathione levels, and this will boost up the glutathione levels. Now, NAC will also help to detoxify your liver and your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen. And NAC will help to calm your central nervous system. Your central nervous, your nervous system in general is in a sympathetic or parasympathetic mode, fight or flight or rest and digest. And when you're in parasympathetic, you are more calmer, your cortisol levels go down, your heart rate goes down, and that is just better for your overall health for your heart and for your immune system. And you have less anxiety. So a great way to reduce anxiety is actually to take NAC. And an added benefit with NAC is that it will help with your lung health. It will help to reduce inflammation in the lung, help to break up mucus. If you are coughing and you're feeling a lot of phlegm that's built up in your lungs, take the NAC and it'll help to break it apart. All right. But even if you're not sick and you're feeling fine, taking NAC will improve the health of your lungs. So take NAC every day. All right. Now, again, I'm seeing many benefits from it. All right. You should add it to your stack. So please go to my store, get the NAC. Now, this is taking a lesson learned from other anti-aging gurus. You can learn from other people too, but it's a great supplement to add to your stack. Now, NAD plus supplement that I have will boost up your NAD levels, NAD plus levels. All right. And that will boost up your energy. And your NAD plus levels will help to heal your mitochondria. Your cellular mitochondria, it'll help to heal your mitochondria at the DNA level. Okay, so NAD plus supplement will boost up your NAD levels, your NAD plus levels, and it will help to heal the DNA damage within your mitochondria and your cellular DNA. All right. When you get older, that DNA damage starts to accumulate and your body has a hard time to repair it. But if you take a supplement like NAD plus, then you're helping your DNA repair. All right. And so you're slowing down the aging process of DNA damage at the cellular level and your mitochondrial level, because your mitochondria has its own DNA that comes from your mother. That's how you know who your mother is through your mitochondrial DNA. So with that, NAD plus, take the NAD plus to boost up energy levels, to help repair DNA damage in your mitochondria and in your cells. And NAD plus helps to protect neurons. So really important when you get older. When you're 40 years of age or older, you should be taking NAD plus boosters to improve your neural health. Really important. Now, NAD plus can be stacked with NAC. All right. And it can be stacked with ubiquinol. Ubiquinol, for ones that don't know, ubiquinol is CoQ10, the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. Most people that take CoQ10 are taking the lower bioavailable CoQ10. This I have is the best bioavailable CoQ10 that you can get. The best bioavailable. You can't get any better. So ubiquinol, take ubiquinol. You take it every day. And it's an antioxidant, so it's another way to soak up free radicals. You can stack it with C60. It will help with the mitochondrial health, so you're going to have more energy. And it helps to protect your neurons. And it stacks really well with NAD+. Okay? Now, with ubiquinol, you should be taking this if you're 40 plus years of age. Protect those neurons, help to improve the health of the mitochondria. That mitochondria that you're improving is all of the mitochondria in your body, including your neurons. All right, so that's important. So please take the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy, and that is this ubiquinol from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, you stack it with NAD+, That's a great stack to help with neural health and to repair mitochondrial DNA and cellular DNA. And NAC, stack that, and that will soak up free radicals, like I said, all right, through the glutathione pathway and calm your nervous system, reduce anxiety, detoxify your liver and your kidney, and help with your lung health. So this is a great stack right here, ubiquinol, NAD+, and NAC, but you can add C60 to this and resveratrol. That would be a pretty powerful stack. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5, and get $5 off. Now, again, it is about a holistic approach. You know, it's not just supplementation. It's proper diet, exercise, proper sleep, mindfulness, all right? Some spirituality, you know, calming the body down, but it's a holistic approach. It works. It works, but you have to be diligent in it. Okay. I want to go to Al Jazeera. They're talking about this strike in Yemen by the United States.
Fire on any commercial ships in the region. So it's definitely sending the message that this is going to continue, that they're going to do more than what President Joe Biden did. He attacked ammunition sites, he attacked launch sites, but now they're saying they're going after the leadership, and they're definitely sending this message to Iran. You sort of came, you might have been wondering why now, where's this coming? They keep citing all of these different former attacks on U.S. ships. None of those happened when Donald Trump was actually president. Joe Biden was president, and he did respond in a much more limited fashion. I think a lot of experts are saying this is possibly going into what Donald Trump is focusing on now, which is trying to resume negotiations with Iran, trying to put pressure on them, because he has said he wants to see a renewed nuclear deal. Again, important to point out that during his first term, he pulled the United States out of the international nuclear deal that had been made by many countries. So partially a pressure campaign on Iran, but also trying to send a message to Yemen that this is not over.
Farah Al-Muslimi is a research fellow at Chatham House's Middle East and North Africa program, and he says that Trump sees the strikes targeting the Houthis in Yemen as a way to put pressure on Iran.
I think overall, since the Red Sea attacks by the Houthis, there has been a more appetite in the West to push back against.
Let me just, there's a news announcement that came from Bloomberg. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that he's not worried about the markets as a sell-off last week took the S&P 500 into a correction territory.
United States of America. Obviously, Trump coming, he has a very clear association of the Houthis and Iran on his mind. So in a way, it's a part of his maximum pressure on Iran. And obviously, if you remember when he killed Qasem Soleimani in 2020, in the same hour he ordered within the same operation and a strike against Abdul Rida Shahlai of the Iranian IRGC commander in Yemen. So in his mind, it's a part of a larger pressure against Iran. And either way, regardless, American policy toward Yemen, whether with the Democrats or with the Republicans or across departments, it's not bad or good policy overall. It's inconsistent, and that has been probably the worst part about any public policy.
All right, so that was Al Jazeera. All right, now what I want to do is, Live Now is on commercial break. Let's go to, it looks like Moscow used teenager in terror plot. I'm not sure what's going on there. Let's go to France 24 to figure out what's going on.
This time of day, actually, that two teenagers carrying explosives were apparently remotely detonated. It didn't happen near this bus stop, which the Ukrainian authorities think was the actual target, but thankfully, because it's quite a busy area of town, behind a nearby building in a courtyard, 3 people in total were injured and 1 died, including one of the culprits, who the Ukrainian secret security services describe as
culprits, victims, and weapons rolled into one. They believe that these people may not know that they're working for the Russians at all. They respond to advertisements for basically earning easy money. They may think that it's some kind of criminal enterprise. They may think that they are participating in some kind of Ukrainian movement against military mobilization, which the Russians are trying to pretend exists. But according to the SBU, the security services, they almost certainly do not know that they are going to be blown up and that they are in danger of dying. Here's what the spokeswoman here in Ivano-Frankivsk for the security services had to say a little earlier today.
Вони можуть не повідомляти цим людям, які несуть вибухівку, про те, що
They may not tell the people carrying the explosives that they are going to commit the terrorist acts themselves. They may tell these recruits that they are couriers and that their task is just to take the explosive device to a certain place to hand it over to someone else, and the blood will be on their hands instead.
насправді ж ніякої іншої особи не існує, і вони
In fact, that other person doesn't exist, and so they're using these people as human weapons. When they blow up their agents along with the explosives, they destroy telephones that contain evidence, and they avoid paying out the money they promised to pay.
Now, in this particular case, one of the teenage boys actually survived. He's lost both his legs. He's in hospital. Of course, he won't be getting his money, and he is now a suspect in the case. He risks jail term, but the SBU were clear telling me that they regard the real perpetrators, the real culprits of this, to be the Russian secret services who are recruiting these people, and they hope that this young man may be also a valuable witness, if you like, be able to provide evidence about how it's organized and perhaps get to the people who are placing these ads, trying to recruit these people and organizing these bombings.
Gulliver, great to hear from you tonight, getting under the skin of a lot of issues we might not otherwise hear about. Great to hear from you as always. Gulliver Craig, our correspondent in the west of Ukraine. Right now, there is a shift change going on, not a normal workplace handover, it's one that's going on 400 kilometers above our heads. The International Space Station in the sky is moving the platform around 28,000 kilometers an hour. It's orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes. Inside that capsule, astronauts Butch Williams and Sonny Wilmore, they were finally being relieved of duty. What was supposed to be an 8-day mission, but they've been stranded for the last 9 months now. This is the moment the capsule was opened and the handover space team were greeted.
There it is, confirmation that Dragon hatch is open.
All right.
That time of hatch opening.
All right, let's take a look at some new Trump's trade war created this boom town in Vietnam. Wall Street Journal. I don't know if this is going to have audio or not, so let's try.
We started marketing ourselves on TikTok. It's amazing to see how it's growing.
There's nothing else that would bring this kind of notability to our company.
We wanted to build a legacy, and that's exactly what we're doing on TikTok.
In less than a decade, a manufacturing powerhouse has erupted in this city in northern Vietnam, with thousands of acres of land reclaimed from the ocean for a new economic zone and a new deep water port that's designed to handle exports directly to the US. Today, Haiphong is one of the busiest ports in the world, exporting more than $26 billion worth of products. Here's how Haiphong became the center point of Vietnam's growth, and how Trump's sweeping new trade war could stall it. Haiphong sits on the coast of northern Vietnam, home to one of the country's main ports and close to Shenzhen, the bustling Chinese tech center. And after Trump imposed tariffs in his first term, investment increased in the region, seen as a manufacturing alternative to China.
We're losing with China $500 billion a year. We have to do something.
Companies like LG Electronics and Pegatron, one of Apple's main suppliers, shifted some production out of China to Haiphong around 2018. And DeepSea, a company that rents land and pre-made factories, spent billions transforming secluded fishing areas into vast industrial zones, pulling in more than 170 clients, including Pegatron and Foxconn.
I, at that time, had presentations where I presented Mr. Trump as one of my best salesmen ever, because he and his tariff plan ensured that for the first time ever, foreign companies started to consider, is it worth the effort to start develop something in a country like Vietnam?
This influx in foreign investment also triggered a massive expansion of infrastructure, creating more channels for goods to pass through. In 2018, a new deep water port began operations, with direct access to the South China Sea, through which 1/3 of global trade passes. And in the same year, an expressway connecting Haiphong directly to Shenzhen was completed, with a drive time of around 12 hours. The result? An explosion of growth. In 2019, right before the pandemic, Haiphong's economy grew more than 17%, more than double the national growth rate. Today, economic growth in the city continues to surpass Vietnam's. With this manufacturing boom came a surge in trade, especially with the United States. In 2018, Vietnam had the 6th largest trade surplus with the US, but today,
Vietnam has the 3rd largest trade surplus. It has edged out Germany with the US, and they are the rogue countries through which China is sending their goods to US. If you just look at the stats, they speak for themselves, right? The rise of Vietnam's exports to the US literally mirrors the rise of Vietnam's imports from China, and pretty much in the same categories as well.
Vietnam's rising trade surplus with the US has sparked accusations that Chinese companies are using it as a backdoor to dodge tariffs.
The second Trump administration is way more stringent, it's way more focused, and it's way more intent on stamping on Chinese imports coming into it. I think Trump will find a reason to force tariffs on Vietnam.
Analysts say the uncertainty of the timeline and scope of the expected tariffs will hurt businesses and their growth in the short term.
It is really very difficult at this point of time to businesses to actually plan their expansions if you cannot have a reasonably good idea of what future growth will look like. Businesses freeze up on investments, they hold up on cash, and that goes into savings. So it does not really help the growth of the market.
But in the long term, the past 6 years have positioned the country to become the next factory of the world. Vietnam has free trade agreements with more than 25 countries, which analysts say it can leverage to redirect exports to other markets. Today, the country is one of the fastest growing economies in the region, with a number of infrastructure projects in Haiphong still underway. 6 more berths are under construction in Haiphong's deep sea port, and a railway project worth more than $8 billion, partly funded by Beijing, will ultimately connect Haiphong to China, making trade easier between the two. It's projected to complete by 2030.
What is happening now with the re-entry of Mr. Trump is that they need to become even more flexible. The most optimal supply chain is not the cheapest, but it's the most flexible, the most agile, the one that allows you to make TV screens today in China because there are no tariffs. But if tomorrow you need to decrease that volume and increase it in Mexico or in Vietnam, you can do that. That means that you have to invest more in your production apparatus. But at the same time, you have the ability to overcome more risks.
These investments could help companies in Haiphong weather the coming storm and help Vietnam's economic growth remain strong even in the face of President Trump's zero-sum outlook on trade.
All righty. All right, let's go to Fox News. This is with the Trump Secretary of Treasury.
As we just heard from David Sachs, the Treasury is going to play a huge role in the future of cryptocurrency in America. But that's just one piece of the bigger economic picture. There are so many other components to consider. So how does it all fit together? Well, fortunately, joining us next is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and he's keeping track of all of it. He joins me now. Secretary Bessent, thank you so much. Look, I think people are getting into cryptocurrency in a very big way. It seems like it's something that's here to stay. So from your perspective as Treasury Secretary, how does it fit into the overall U.S. economy? And where does the government stand on regulations?
Good. Well, thanks for having me on the show. And as I think this administration has made abundantly clear, digital assets are here to stay, and we are going to make the U.S. the digital asset hub of the world. For the past 4 years, the crypto community, digital assets, the administration retarded their growth, and we are set to accelerate that through a positive partnership and through smart regulation. Senate and House are both pushing through very sound, safe bills to bring crypto and digital assets onshore in the U.S. and to make sure that the U.S. is both the financial and the technological leader.
Tariffs, it's something everybody is talking about right now. I want to give everybody a listen to President Trump. He feels very confident about the outcome of all these tariffs. Listen to this really quickly.
You're gonna have drops and markets are gonna go up and they're gonna go down. Yeah. But you know what? We have to rebuild our country. Our country has been stripped of its jobs, of its factories, and we're gonna change it around. And it's all taxing policy. You know, it's really a policy because we have great workers, great people. It's really a policy of taxing and incentives. And I'm bringing the incentives back.
So the president says there, he's bringing the incentives back. He wants manufacturing growth. He wants job growth here in the United States. That's really the overall goal of these tariffs. But Secretary, are you as confident as the president that these will be effective?
Well, I couldn't be more confident. And look, these tariffs have become a bit demonized over the past few weeks. I think over the coming weeks, as the administration led by the president, Commerce, USTR, with some add-ons from Treasury, we are going to see a long-term plan for reindustrializing the U.S., as the president talked about, and for making trade more fair. The bottom 50% who don't own assets should get real wage increases, enjoy economic security, and that's why President Trump is in the Oval today.
You talked about an affordability czar. Tell me what that is. That sounds like something that a lot of people could get behind.
Look, I think it's the issue of the day. Past 4 years, we have seen this affordability crisis in the U.S. Average household, working Americans, unable to groceries, insurance, healthcare, housing, autos. And we are in the first stages of putting a brake on the inflation. So that's the first step. We're going to have an affordability czar, an affordability council, and that person and that group will be tasked with helping me find solutions for the American people, whether it's in housing, it's in insurance, it's in energy, it's in groceries. So what are the things that we can do short-term, medium-term, and long-term to make sure that we never see a spike like this again?
Well, that is music to a lot of people's ears, I think, who've been struggling, Secretary, over the past several years, and help is on the way, and we like the sound of an affordability czar. Now, let me ask you this. This is a
like I
question I would wonder.
Like I said, the Biden administration had 3 mistakes that took place, and it was basically an amalgamation between the Treasury and the Federal Reserve. The first mistake, the data, they interpreted it as transitory inflation. Wrong. The second mistake, they didn't do shock therapy by the Federal Reserve and raise interest rates much faster. And the third mistake that the Federal Reserve did was that they started cutting rates too early in 2024, and that was inflationary. Why? Because unemployment was below 5% and inflation was above the 2% target, and they were still cutting. And that's great for the equity markets because they want hot money from the Federal Reserve. They want lower rates. You don't realize that if you lower rates at the wrong time, it's inflationary.
No, that the Treasury Secretary was actually 5th in line to the presidency. Do you ever think about that?
Well, for those who have watched the TV show Designated Survivor, which my children like, I never want that to happen. I love the president, the vice president, it says that on paper. I think what might be interesting for your viewers, Laura, is what is the ordering of the cabinet members? And Secretary Rubio informed me the other day that it is based on when the positions were created.
That's so cool. Well, we're all learning a lot today. I also, go back to the election and what people came out and voted for in this country often. So many people came out and voted for President Trump because of the economy. As Treasury Secretary, that gives you a huge role in what happens over the next 4 years. How does your family feel about all of this?
As you know, because you came and visited during the campaign, we had a nice life down in Charleston, South Carolina. We've interrupted that, but I tell you, this is a dream of a lifetime to be able to give back. America has been great to me, to my family, to be able to come here and help President Trump accomplish his agenda every day. And as you said, it's not quite 24/7, but he is 21/7 every day. And I've had the busiest day I've ever had since I came in January, and I'm loving it.
When you walk out of your office on the last day as the Secretary of the United States Treasury, where do you want to see this economy in our country?
I want to see inflation low. I want to see the economy humming along with a combination of manufacturing jobs. And as I've consistently said, President Trump is for Main Street. So I want to have seen Main Street have done great, that we have good, high-paying jobs back, that we have the affordability crisis under control. I want America to be back on top and leading the free world as we've always done.
Great job so far, Secretary Scott Bessent. Thank you so much for joining us on My View tonight.
Good to see you, and congratulations on the show.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
All right. So France 24 is dealing with the stranded astronauts returning home. I want to pivot over to CNN by Dr. Fareed Zakaria, and get his take on Trump's administration war on colleges. Now, I'm not a big fan of Dr. Fareed Zakaria because I think that his analysis on many things is just wrong. All right. He is a globalist, and he aligns himself pragmatically with the CFR, Council of Foreign Relations, and CSIS. So he's a globalist. All right. He's a perma bear, for the Cold War, and he takes the stance that the world should go into a post-Americanism. All right, where there's this, it's more like Tom Friedman's "the world's flat" crap. All right, so I'm not a big fan of Dr. Fareed Zakaria. All right, not only that, he's a one-trick pony. He only knows about foreign policy. He doesn't know anything else. So let's start with Dr. Fareed Zakaria over at CNN.
Of the world's population and 25% of its. Here's my take. There is no area where America's global dominance is more total than higher education. With about 4% of the world's population and 25% of its GDP, America has 72% of the world's 25 top universities by one ranking and 64% by another. But this crucial American competitive advantage is being undermined by the Trump administration's war on colleges. Hat tip to the New York Times' Michelle Goldberg for raising this issue as well.
Well, let me see. Okay, let's dissect what Dr. Fareed Zakaria is saying, because if you don't pay attention, he is setting the stage for ultra liberals. All right, New York Times, yeah, like that's a conservative outlet. All right, Trump wants to destroy all academia, not just the woke parts. Now, you got to understand that the Department of Education has screwed up the primary school education, but we're talking about secondary education at this moment in time. All right? But the Department of Education has many parts to it. One part is it's screwed up primary education. That's before college, for the ones that don't know. All right. Now, secondary education is college, you know, undergrad, graduate studies, professional schools, right? Like lawyers and doctors and whatnot. All right. It is the policy of the Department of Education that helped bring the tuitions up year over year at such an escalatory rate that the average person that gets out of college has too much debt and cannot buy a home. That's the Department of Education's fault. Because if you don't have a guarantor for the loans, then the tuition can't go up because the pupils that are going to the colleges can't afford it. So the schools have to lower their tuition or keep it steady. And so what has happened is that the United States Department of Education kept on backing and backing and backing these loans. The tuitions kept on going up and up and up at these universities, state school and private institutions and elite institutions, Ivy League and Ivy League Plus. And what has also happened is just because more people were rushing into colleges, knowing that it's going to be a guarantor by the government through the Department of Education, the schools started to buy more land and build new buildings and you know, try to accrete more students. And they start taking loans out. They start getting mortgages. So these schools now are underwater. They have to have the higher tuition because they built out too fast. And this is all because of a failed policy by the Department of Education. Now let's see if Dr. Fareed Zakaria says that.
J.D. Vance said at the National Conservatism Conference in 2021.
We have to honestly and aggressively attack the universities in this country.
Yep.
Absolutely. The professors are the enemy.
The administration has put those words.
Now, you got to remember, this was a conservative platform that he was speaking at. National Conservatism was the name of the platform. But the reality of the situation, most of these colleges, especially elite institutions, majority of the professors are liberal or ultra liberal. Now, when we say majority, we're not talking 51%. We're talking 80, 90, 95% of the professorship at these universities. That's a problem. When you have students that are coming in and they're not sure if they're sitting on the fence, should they be a liberal or should they be a conservative, and they don't know, and blah, blah, blah. All right. But when you're exposed to ultra liberal policies by most of your professors, especially the classes that are general requirement classes, like the humanities and the social sciences, you're going to get brainwashed. Big problem. And that's exactly what happened at Harvard. That's what happens at MIT. That is what is happening at UPenn and Columbia and Brown and Dartmouth and Cornell. People need to wake up.
Into action. The most dramatic assault has been financial. A freezing or massive reduction in research grants and loans from the federal government. Some of these efforts are under court review, but the cumulative.
Well, the reality of the situation here, I was at a book event for Dr. Sinclair. He's the anti-aging guru from Harvard Medical School. All right. And, you know, he had his, I think he got his Ph.D. from MIT, or maybe his fellowship was from MIT. But either way, he's the famous guy that kind of studied sirtuins in mitochondria, in E. coli, and did, you know, anti-aging research with rodents. All right. He's pretty famous. He's got a lot of money. He's got a big lab. And one of the questions that came up during the book fair was, by one of the audience members, was the problems that labs are having with the lack of funding now. And he said it's a big problem. His lab has to cut staff. And Harvard
is cutting their numbers of PhDs in the sciences, in the hard sciences, by half, because they don't have the funding. Now, Harvard's in a unique situation because it has over a $50 billion endowment. Why can't Harvard pay for their own research? Why does the American government have to pay Harvard for their research? That's one problem. But these other labs around the country that's tied to these different universities, they're much smaller and they don't have the funds. So yes, it is going to stall research. But one side of the argument is that we don't have the money. We've overspent and we need to cut back so we can get back to a balanced budget. We don't have that. The country is running on deficits that it can't afford anymore. So if it means cutting science research, so be it. Secondly, when it comes to people like going, well, we're cutting science and then people, people are going to die and all that. You know what? The reality of the situation is this. Most of the chronic diseases that we have in the United States is self-induced. Lifestyle, bread and circus. And when you have too much bread and circus, guess what? You get fat, stupid, and you start aging. All right. And you have these chronic diseases. Let me give you an example. Heart disease and diabetes, in most cases in the United States, is because of lifestyle. It was self-chosen. Now, that doesn't mean all heart diseases like that. That doesn't mean all diabetes is like that. But most in the United States are. Most chronic diseases is self-induced. That's a fact. Another thing is this with this cancer research, right? And I know a lot about cancer research. All right. Guess what? Screening early detection is the most effective way to treat or cure that disease in a patient. Not chemo, it's early detection. And it's much cheaper. So if you want to take a look at what the problem with healthcare in terms of outcomes and in terms of cost, it's not more fucking research. It's making sure that people have a better lifestyle. They're sticking to a holistic approach to improve their health and early detection. And you don't need to spend $600 million or $600 billion or whatever it is, billion, I think it is, with these science grants. Because it's the outcomes that are important. We already know what to do to improve the health. It's just people aren't doing it. People aren't doing it. And Big Pharma, they want the government to fund these programs for the basic sciences because Big Pharma doesn't want to spend their money on it. And not only that, they want the government to help pay for the development of certain inoculations to Moderna in the tune of $200 or $300 million to develop the inoculations. Why can't Moderna pay for it themselves? Why is it the US government that has to pay for that? Now, do you see the problem? We are spending money we don't have. So cut the programs. But Dr. Fareed Zakaria thinks he knows it all. Dr. Fareed Zakaria thinks he has the answer. You can't look at this in a monolithic or in a horse-blind approach. You got to look at it from a mosaic, multifactorial approach. But Dr. Fareed Zakaria gets it wrong again.
The impact could be billions of dollars in cuts to basic research, much of it disrupting ongoing projects and programs. High quality research and
just because you do high quality research, it doesn't mean it's going to translate into better outcomes. Yeah, knowledge is important. Getting new knowledge and understanding the way, the world works and our bodies and science and all this. Yeah, but there's a lot of wasteful spending. A lot. We need to stop the wasteful spending, get it under control, have a balanced budget, and then slowly trickle back in funding important research, not bullshit research. Now, what has happened is because it's publish or perish in academia, they want the grant from the government, so they publish so they can go to conferences and they get the notoriety. Because it's all about publish or perish, especially if you're trying to get a tenure track into a professorship on your taxpayer dime. Meanwhile, the research may not mean any fucking thing. There's a lot of psychology bullshit research out there that means nothing. Nothing. What does Dr. Fareed Zakaria have to say about that? Not all, even if it's high quality research. How do you define high quality research? Like I said, you could, learn, and do a study on, some sort of chemical that could be used to try to shut a certain pathway down in cancer. But again, it's toxic. The bioavailability is a problem. The patient only lives maybe 24 months beyond compared to a control group. Meanwhile, early detection was the better choice because the outcomes and the cost is much better. So it's called efficiency, Dr. Fareed Zakaria. It's about a cost-benefit analysis. And when you look at the cost-benefit analysis, you start to realize a lot of this research is bullshit. On top of, they get a grant, it goes to Harvard, or if it goes to some other, institution, maybe a state school, and they do this research, and what happens is that these professors or these postdocs, what they'll do is they'll take the research and they'll do the salami slice. And what that basically means is that they'll do a basic research study and they'll chop it up into like 5 or 6 or 7 different articles. It's one study, but they chop it up so it makes it seem like they're doing a lot of work. It's really just one study, but they slice it up in such a way where they publish it in different peer-reviewed journals, and that's how you get one person publishing 300 articles. The quality of the article isn't that much because they salami sliced it. It's not a full study. They just cut it into pieces. And everyone thinks the more that you publish, the better. No, it's about the quality of the publication. And then on top of it, because the pressure is so high to show significance, statistical significance, a lot of these researchers are doing p-value harvesting. Basically, what that means is they're playing around with the samples to get the right p-value so it shows significance. So they're lying to you. So they're taking your tax dollars, lying to you about the significance of the study. They're salami slicing it so they get notoriety and more citations on your taxpayer dollars. Now, what does Dr. Fareed Zakaria have to say about that? Nothing. You know why? Because he's a fucking idiot.
The United States has emerged in a unique ecosystem. The federal government provides much of the funding through high-quality institutions like the National Institutes of Health and the National Science Foundation, and private foundations and companies account for most of the rest. Professors at universities.
Let's get this straight. NIH is such an important institution. Meanwhile, they send money through a conduit. Oh, we know about that. EcoHealth Alliance. You remember that? And the lying by Fauci and the lying by Peter Daszak about no gain of function? Yeah, really important institutions. Really above board institutions. That lies to Congress?
Use these funds to conduct the research. No other country has a system that works as well. What is at risk now is what Holden Thorpe, the editor-in-chief of Science, calls the social contract that the federal government and institutions have had to enable the scientific research enterprise in America in the last 80 years. Take a university like Duke, which ranked 11th in total grants received from the NIH last year. Of its $1.33 billion research budget, $863 million came from Washington, according to the AP. That includes funds for critical research projects on cancer and other diseases, but also
if they
support
say
over
critical research on cancer, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. The money should be spent on early detection because that's where the best outcomes are for a patient. Not this crazy bullshit. What they want is to come up with a new chemical. They create a lab. That lab gets bought out by, let's say, Johnson & Johnson. Whoever is invested in that lab gets a lot of money through that buyout, and Johnson & Johnson is pushing another chemotherapy. Welcome to the treadmill of cancer research.
130 Ph.D. students at the medical school. Those projects and students will have to be pared back substantially if the cuts go through.
Yeah, well, I know for a fact because I heard it from Sinclair just a few days ago. They're cutting their PhD programs at Harvard by half. Not just the funding, the number of people in the program by half.
Mechanism to cut funding is through a massive reduction in the overhead or indirect costs that universities get reimbursed for from the federal government. Overhead often makes up to 40 or 50% of a grant. But last month, the NIH ordered that it had to be capped at 15%. This sounds more rational than it is. Universities often divide their costs on science grants into research costs, the salaries of the professors and graduate students, and overhead, the costs of the buildings, labs, energy, and utilities, and administrative staff.
And this is what I'm talking about. They overbuilt because they assumed they would keep getting money from these grants and keep being able to escalate the tuition costs. They build out these buildings, buy new land, build new buildings, get mortgages on the buildings. And so what has happened is that now it's very costly to do this research. This is the reason why. Do you ever wonder why is New York like a total shithole when it comes to engineering and in terms of new research? Not clinical. I'm not talking about clinical research. I'm talking like cutting edge scientific research. All right. It's because the cost to make a building, to run the building in New York City is too costly. You can't have basic research in New York. You can't have engineering in New York. It's too costly. It has to go to a lower cost center. And these institutions, as a microcosm, as an analog, all right, to the problem here is that these institutions, especially like Harvard, it's getting too expensive. So now it has to go to a lower cost center. So why doesn't the research go to a lower cost university to do the research? You get the grant there. If the professors really love doing the research and not their notoriety at Harvard, then the professors should be moving to Kansas City. That's the answer. Because these universities have been at the trough for too long. They've been pigs at the trough of American taxpaying dollars for too long. And it's gotten to the point where it's too expensive. It's too expensive to go to the institution, and it's too expensive to do the research at the institution. Meanwhile, they have the $15 billion endowment. They could easily afford, but they have to be very careful with their research. They could afford their own research.
You are building a complex lab to conduct experiments. The structure and equipment is often more costly than the salaries and stipends of the researchers. Michigan State University has declared that these cuts could make it stop construction of a $330 million research building for cancer.
See what I mean? How many buildings does Michigan have that they can't retrofit if this research is so important to do? Now they play
play on your heartstrings saying, oh, this is for cancer research. It's such a noble cause. You'll get more done and it'll be cheaper by moving it to a different university. You give them the grant and the professors will go there because that's where, because you got to remember how this works. They publish or perish. So whichever university gets the grant is where the professors are going to flock to. And because they're used to Harvard being well-heeled and connected, that they get the grants. But the Achilles heel here is to stop the flow of funds to these schools. Now, the other part of this is that you have these schools in the social sciences that are promoting the wokeism. So they want the money for the science, but they'll also tell you how conservatism is bad for America. They'll tell you abortion, killing a baby in the womb is good. They're telling you that, stamping on the American flag while it's burning is good. Demonizing family creation, demonizing country, and demonizing God. That's good. But they still want the funding for their research.
Cardiovascular disease and neuroscience studies. Government funding plays a unique role. It often supports basic research, the kind that companies have less incentive to do, and its results cannot be.
All right, Dr. Zakaria. How did all this neuroscience research start, especially at Harvard? It was tied to a CIA program for mind control. Fact. Now, many students that are getting into medical school these days, they all take the neuroscience track. They don't take the biochemistry track. They don't take the biotech track, or they take the neuroscience track.
But rather provide it free to the entire scientific and technological community so that all can use it to experiment and innovate. The mapping of the human genome, for example, cost less than $3 billion and took 13 years. Because it was government funded, one of its key requirements was that the research should be made publicly available for all within 24 hours of being generated. The other assault on the universities is a strange new attack on free speech. It began from a principled critique that bureaucracies, universities, and elites had all become woke. True. But the government's response to this problem has been Orwellian, searching through these institutions for any mentions of the word diversity or identity or inclusion, and then shutting down those programs without any review. Worse, it now punishes universities for having on their campuses people who might espouse.
Let me put this straight. Let me put this really simple here. You have an institution like Harvard, you have an institution like Columbia or MIT or UPenn, and you have these people wearing the Arafat garb, demonizing America and demonizing our allies. Do you think these institutions should be funded? Really? You really think that? Look at what is going on in this world, especially in the Middle East. Now, this thing's been going on for like 3,000 years, so it's not going to be solved anytime soon. But you think that these institutions allowing for disruption of classrooms, allowing disruption on the campus, and allowing disruption in the libraries, especially during finals, and saying this is free speech? Disruption is not free speech on campus, no matter where you go. But what it was is that you have so many fucking woke professors that the institution wasn't willing to push back. And they were worried about perturbating the donor base because maybe they're woke too. Maybe these high donors are woke, and maybe they'd get upset and they won't cut their check. And then they realized that many of the donors, especially to Harvard and UPenn, were actually conservative. And by seeing this fucking bullshit, they pulled their money. And then Harvard started crapping in their pants.
It's like Israel and Palestine, and now is punishing the protesters themselves. Now, I have long argued that universities have a huge problem. They have far too little intellectual and ideological diversity, which is the most important kind of diversity on a campus. But the way you fix that is not to restrict radical left-wing speech, but to add voices and views from other parts of the spectrum.
No, wrong.
censorship
In a peaceful situation, yeah. But what happens when it becomes disruptive and the institution isn't willing to shut it down, which is exactly what happened in 2023 and 2024. Dr. Fareed Zakaria, the one that knows it all. Once again, Fareed Zakaria is wrong again.
Is not censorship by the right. The fury with which the Trump administration has turned on academia resembles nothing so much as the early days of the Cultural Revolution, when an increasingly paranoid Mao Zedong smashed China's established universities, a madness that took generations to remedy.
Wait. Now, what's interesting with conversations with Miss Taiwan, the ultra-liberal woke agenda in the universities is the Mao template. Now, what Fareed's trying to make the comparison is that Trump's policies is Mao. Wrong. The ultra-liberal is communism, is ultra-socialism. And it's being promoted at elite universities, and these elite universities aren't willing to shut it down. Because many of the professors want communism. So get the comparison right, Dr. Fareed. Once again, wrong.
Week, the Chinese government announced its intention to massively increase its funding for research and technology so that it could lead the world in science in the 21st century. So, as America seems to be copying the worst aspects of China's recent history, China is copying the best aspects of America's, striving to take the edge as America goes through its own cultural revolution. Go to cnn.com/Fareed for a link to
the reality of Fareed is that, he tries to, have this pontification, and he's, so calm and collective and, an even analysis. He's not. How could you literally make the comparison of Trump's policy being like Mao's? Have you actually looked at the bulletin board in Seaver Hall at Harvard? Fareed, you went to Harvard. Have you actually looked at it? Do you think that the student body is promoting democracy in the thought of our founding fathers? Or do you think that they're promoting ultra-socialism or communism? Now, be honest, Dr. Fareed. It's really easy. Just walk up the stairs and take a look at the bulletin board in Seaver Hall. Really, really easy. It's really easy for you. This is the reason why it's important to listen to what I have to say. Dr. Paul Cottrell has got a better pulse on this than Dr. Fareed Zakaria. Please go to my, and not only that, he doesn't even know how the human body works. He doesn't even know how international policy works. He doesn't know much. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Why? Because you need energy levels like me. I have lots of energy to be able to dissect and get pissed off at Dr. Fareed Zakaria. So please, go to my store, get the Boomer Boost, boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. And what you will notice with the 68 nutrients that are in here, it's a powder. It has a plethora of ingredients here. Go to my store and look at the label, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This is very powerful stuff, all right? You get a big scooper, take a scooper a day, either for breakfast or for lunch, mix it with soft foods, milk, smoothie, filtered water. It's up to you how you take it. Take it for breakfast or for lunch, all right? This will last for 1 month. Take one big scooper a day, all right? And I'm not kidding, but within 72 hours, you're gonna notice differences in your body. You're gonna sleep better. You're gonna have a steady energy level throughout the day, no spiking. You're gonna be able to concentrate better.
You're going to have less inflammation. And what Boomer Boost targets, cardiovascular health, so your vascular system and your heart health, your brain health, your musculature and your and strength and your and muscle health. And again, like I said, it's going to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. You're going to lose weight by taking this, and you're going to save money. All right, everyone needs to save money these days. By taking a scoop a day for your breakfast or lunch compared to what you would pay each day for your breakfast or lunch, for a month, you'll notice that this costs less than your breakfast or lunch costs for a month. So it's a great way to save money and you lose weight. And most Americans are too fat. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the Boomer Boost. Now, if you're an athlete, young or older, and I wish I had this when I was in triathlons, but Boomer Boost can be used as a pre or post-workout nutrition. All right. So, and that will help with your strength and bringing down inflammation and all that. Now, you can take it with or separately with the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. So some people just take the barley, heirloom or Gladiator, and that's great. But you get more benefit if you stack it. All right. Some people just take the Boomer Boost. That's okay too. You get a lot of benefit from it. But to get the max benefit is to stack it with the barley, either the heirloom barley or the Gladiator barley. Now, what's in the heirloom barley? Now, you know, it's a high density protein. This is heirloom barley, so it's the nutrients are higher compared to barley that you'd buy at the grocery store. You can't buy at your grocery store the quality of barley that's in here. This is high density protein. Now, you take a half a scoop or a full scoop of this, put it in soft foods, hummus, yogurt, applesauce, filtered water, milk, a smoothie, however you want to take it, all right? But take a half a scoop or a full scoop each day. And what this will do is detoxify your body, bring down inflammation. That's good for healing your body and helping your immune system. And it'll soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. Now, this can stack well with C60 if you want to do that. And you can take it separately, all right? But you can also stack it with the Boomer Boost to get added benefit. And the added benefit is you're getting the high density protein, you're detoxifying your body, you're reducing inflammation, and you're soaking up free radicals through superoxide dismutase, all right? And you're helping with your A1C levels by losing weight, doing some exercising, and doing this every day. And you're saving money. If you do these two every day, you're saving money and you're getting healthy. All right. Now, for ones that want to build muscle, you should be taking the Gladiator barley. Now, this stacks really well with the Myotrol. Like I mentioned, Myotrol is a supplement that I have that helps with the gene expression for building muscle and maintaining muscle. This is also high density protein. You take a half scoop or a full scoop. You get all the benefits that you get from the heirloom barley and the Gladiator barley, but you also get the strength benefits from it. And you do resistance training, you'll notice that you're gaining strength faster. All right. And when you're doing that on a regular basis, especially if you target, you know, your different systems, your different areas of your body, you're improving your posture, you're getting more muscle mass, you're going to have more energy, and you're slowing down the aging process. Because part of the aging process is atrophying. Well, if you're gaining muscle, you're not atrophying anymore. All right, so Gladiator barley is going to help you build muscle with the protein in here. All right, but you can take it with the Boomer Boost, do some exercising. Like I said, resistance training, cardio, balancing exercise, and then stretching, all four are important. And you're going to radically get healthier, you're going to build muscle, and you're going to improve your A1C levels. That means that if you're diabetic or borderline diabetic, right, and it's due to lifestyle, you're going to be able to reverse your diabetes. All right? You're going to lose weight, and you're going to get healthy, and you're going to have lots of energy, and you're targeting other systems like your heart and your brain. You're going to sleep better.
You're going to have more mental acuity. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the boost, get the gladiator barley, mix them together, be healthy, slow down the aging process. And if you stack this, like what I'm saying, you can get a discount by getting the longevity boost box. In the longevity boost box, you get the Boomer Boost and your choice of gladiator barley or heirloom barley. And it's cheaper than buying them individually. And you can apply discount 5. But if you want to buy them individually, it's up to you. If you want to take them individually and just take the gladiator, it's up to you. But I just told you how to mix this together to get the max benefits. All right. And again, by stacking these together, it's cheaper than how much you're paying for a month. A month's supply here is cheaper than a month's supply of your breakfast or your lunch. And you're getting healthier. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost, get the gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. And if you want to stack it, get the longevity boost box. It's cheaper for you. And use discount 5 on top of that, you get $5 off. I want these products in your hand because they work. Now, before we close the transmission, it's important to remember what the core protocol is. The first pillar of the core protocol, it's a 4-pillar protocol. The first pillar is max 35 or max 14 to boost up your immune system. The second pillar is C60 to soak up free radicals. The third pillar is to bring down inflammation and boost up your immune system by taking turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. The fourth pillar is to take the Boomer Boost to boost up your energy levels and your metabolism. That's a really powerful stack, and you can add to it. Now I take all these things that I talk about. Now I know people can't afford all that. I get it. But I'm telling you how to stack it in certain ways so you can target your body based on your affordability. But this stuff works if you follow my direction. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5, all caps, $5 off. And I want these products in your hand. Get healthy in 2025. It works. You're going to need it because you don't want to go into your geriatric years unhealthy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And don't be afraid Sicaria. All right. Thank you for listening. I'll be doing another transmission later tonight, probably covering the Asian markets when they open up. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.